Chapter 3393. He Tian and Ji Changkong had inadvertently released an old demon that had been sealed for countless years. This made everyone extremely nervous. At this moment, many experts from the major factions had gathered outside the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. They were all shocked when they saw the demonic aura in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. There really is a demon in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. It should be noted that there had never been any powerful demons on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle since ancient times. But the vast demonic aura in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge was extremely powerful. Even some existences that were about to become quasi-supremes felt their souls trembling, as if there was an invisible demon staring at them from the unseen world. The news of a demon appearing in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge quickly spread. The higher-ups of the major factions on the ancestral star were shocked. They all sent experts to the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. Even the Ji clan sent an ancestor-level existence to the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. Ji Changkong had already appeared. This made Emperor Ji, the head of the Ji clan, very uneasy. It should be known that his methods in the past were not very honorable. Of course, if Emperor Ji had not done so back then, he would not have become the head of the Ji clan. Ji Wu's death made Emperor Ji feel the threat of Ji Changkong. If he did not get rid of this person, he would not be able to sit still. However, he could not do it openly. The ancestor-level existence sent by Empress Ji was someone from Empress Ji's bloodline. Of course, even after tens of thousands of years had passed, Ji Changkong's bloodline would still support Ji Changkong when they heard that he had returned. The Ji clan had existed for countless years. Naturally, it was divided into many branches. The position of the head of the Ji clan was decided by the descendants of the core branches. Ji Changkong's branch of the Ji clan was one of the core branches. When Emperor Ji sent an ancestor-level expert to the Crimson Devil Ridge, an elder of Ji Changkong's branch also left for the Crimson Devil Ridge. In another region of the ancestral star, in the Yun clan's ancestral land, a white-haired, white-browed youth walked out. He looked very young. This white-robed youth's appearance was 70% to 80% similar to the missing Yun Tianzhao. The white-robed youth took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void without a trace. When Yun Tianzhao and Ji Fan were exploring the land of flying immortals, both of them went missing. No one knew if they were alive, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. This incident shook the entire ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle, especially the Ji clan and the Yun clan. These two great clans almost won a war because of this matter. One must know that Ji Fan was the son of Empress Ji, and Yun Tianzhao was the most important figure in the younger generation of the Yun clan. Both of them disappeared at the same time, causing a crisis. Although the Ji clan was the most powerful force in the ancestral star, the Yun clan was not weak either. If a war were to break out between these two forces, the consequences would be dire. Even if the Ji family could defeat the Yun family, they would have to pay a heavy price. This price was not something the Ji family could bear. In the entire ancestral star, there were several powerful forces eyeing the Ji clan covetously. Many of them wanted nothing more than to see the Ji clan decline and replace it. The Ji clan had ruled the ancestral star for far too long. At this time, in the depths of the Crimson Demonic Ridge, He Tian desperately operated the killing formation, wanting to fight to the death with the mysterious fiend trapped in the formation. At the end of the day, he was the one who released the fiend. He was the one who caused the trouble, so he had to solve it himself. Roar! Formation runes rushed out from all over He Tian's body and circled around him. At this moment, he had become one with the entire killing formation. The formation was the man, and the man was the formation. This was the realm of one with the formation. With He Tian's cultivation base as a formation master, it was not difficult for him to display such a divine ability. This, old He, I can't help you. You'd better send me out of the formation first. Ji Changkong hurriedly said. If He Tian fought the fiend with his life and he could not help, wouldn't he become a burden? Most importantly, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. All right. He Tian did not waste any time. He waved his right hand, and Ji Changkong felt his body tighten. His entire body flew out of the formation involuntarily. In the killing formation, He Tian was the supreme ruler, ruling over everything. Little fellow, Are you seeking death? At this moment, a voice rang out in He Tian's mind. Seeking death? He Tian sneered disdainfully. I've died countless times and experienced countless reincarnations. The person who can kill me has yet to appear in this world. Little fellow, if you know what's good for you, remove the formation. Otherwise, when this ancestor personally makes a move, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. That voice rang out in He Tian's mind again. Ha, I'm very curious how you are going to consign me to eternal damnation. He Tian laughed heartily. The clump of devil chi that was trapped by the killing formation was churning violently, wanting to rush out. However, at this moment, the grand formation was indestructible. Even if some of the runes were corroded by the devil chi and dissipated into the void, new runes would immediately appear to repair the formation. He Tian laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the Tao of formations to such a level. No wonder you are so arrogant. That voice continued. Let me send you on your way. He Tian did not waste any more words and directly activated the killing formation. Boundless yin and yang qi immediately surged out from the killing formation, destroying the demonic qi in the formation. A yin-yang diagram appeared in the killing formation. Little fellow, you are still too inexperienced. At this moment, the mysterious great demon that was trapped in the formation also made a move. The demonic qi quickly gathered, and the figure of a strange beast appeared within the demonic qi. Roar! The strange beast raised its head to the sky and roared. Although it was only a phantom formed from demonic qi, an earth-shattering roar resounded in He Tian's ears. What's the use of struggling in the face of death? He Tian saw this scene and said disdainfully. At this time, under He Tian's control, the yin-yang diagram condensed from the killing formation directly obliterated the strange beast, annihilating the void. The strange beast in the demonic qi directly slammed its claw towards the yin-yang diagram that was descending from the sky. The yin-yang Dao diagram instantly collided with the strange beast's claw, causing a muffled sound to erupt. Then, the strange beast's claw disintegrated under the yin-yang Dao diagram. What? A cry of surprise came from the demonic qi. The mysterious great demon was taken aback. He didn't think that the opponent's formation could actually contend against his own demonic qi. Chapter 3394. In the human realm, on the ancestral star of the Myrtle, He Tian and Ji Changkong realized that their surroundings were different from before after they came out from the land of ascension. At this time, something that gave He Tian and Ji Changkong a headache happened. They accidentally released a mysterious demon that had been sealed for a long time. He Tian stepped forward and used the human formation as one technique to trap the demonic qi in the killing formation. However, the killing formation that trapped the demonic qi shook violently under the attack of the nameless demon. The demon shook the entire formation. Kill! He Tian roared. He operated the killing formation with all his might. Yin and yang qi intertwined, and a diagram of yin and yang appeared above the demonic qi. Then, the diagram of yin and yang went straight for the demonic qi. However, at this moment, the massive demonic aura suddenly emitted an extremely powerful fluctuation of demonic energy. In the next moment, the demonic qi also exploded. A terrifying destructive force spread out and actually broke He Tian's killing formation. However, He Tian's killing formation was different from the others. It could be big or small. Even if the demonic qi was bigger than a mountain, it could not break through the killing formation. Within the killing array, the phantom of a strange beast condensed from demonic energy roared. As the yin-yang Dao diagram fell, one of the strange beast's claws turned to ash. What? At this moment, the ferocious devil that was trapped in the killing formation finally lost its composure when it saw this scene. Roar! The ferocious devil let out a long howl, and a terrifying sound wave with demonic nature spread out in all directions. Countless transparent ripples appeared in the void. The billowing demonic energy quickly gathered towards that demonic figure. Soon, all the demonic energy disappeared, and a terrifying figure stood in the void with his back facing He Tian. Seeing this, He Tian was taken aback. What was this demon trying to do? The ferocious devil slowly turned around. When Tian saw the appearance of the ferocious devil, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The ferocious devil was a woman. She was so beautiful that no words could describe her beauty. All the words of praise were useless at this moment. They were not enough to describe her beauty. This was a kind of demonic beauty, with an aura that could make people fall into the demonic path. Even someone as strong as Tian almost had his soul devoured by the black-robed woman the moment he laid eyes on her. This black-clothed woman had a pair of crimson eyes that possessed a soul-stealing power. As long as she looked at someone, they would feel as if their soul was about to leave their body. This feeling made Tian very uncomfortable. Demoness, Tian mumbled to himself. He was a quasi-supreme being with an incomparably strong primordial spirit. He would not fall for her tricks so easily. However, when he saw the face of the demoness earlier on, he almost fell for her tricks. The demoness had a head full of long black hair. Her skin was smooth and supple, and her nose was sharp. Her red lips were extremely alluring, giving people the urge to kiss her. Especially those crimson eyes of hers. They seemed to be able to see through one's heart and affect one's mind. She could even pull out a cultivator's primordial spirit from their body and devour it. Little fella, now that I'm angry, the consequences will be dire, the demoness said. Her voice was crisp and melodious, containing a restless aura. TSK, what does it have to do with me whether you're angry or not? Tian said with a look of nonchalance. Bzzz. In the next moment, the demoness was still smiling, but a sword chime rang out from her body. After that, a crimson beam of sword light shot out from her body. The sword light that had rushed out of the demon girl's body made a turn above her head, instantly transforming into a shocking sword rainbow. It broke through the layers of array diagrams and slashed at my Tian. What? When Tian saw that the crimson beam of sword light could actually break through the layers of runes and slash towards him like a hot knife through butter, his expression changed. The crimson beam of sword light exuded a demonic aura that made one's heart palpitate, as if it could devour everything. Swish! The crimson beam of sword light pierced through Tian's body in an instant, directly destroying a large number of runes and causing the runes to dissipate into the air. At this time, the demoness did not feel happy because she had killed Tian, because the killing formation was still active. What she had killed was not Tian's real body. As expected, Tian's real body appeared in another place. Countless runes rushed out from his body, directly imprinting themselves in the air, repairing the runes that had been destroyed by the crimson beam of sword light. In just an instant, the runes that had been destroyed by the crimson beam of sword light were completely repaired. Damn it! The demoness' expression involuntarily changed at the sight of this. It looked like she would have to kill Tian if she wanted to break this formation, because he was the killing formation, and the killing formation was him. However, killing Tian was not an easy task. The crimson beam of sword light that had destroyed one of Tian's fake bodies was finally destroyed by the killing formation's power and dissipated. 10-direction annihilation. My Tian let out a furious roar and directly used the most powerful killer move in the killing matrix. Endless yin and yang energy turned into chaos, and a terrifying destructive aura spread out. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse and be destroyed, turning back into chaos where there was nothing at all. Even the demoness was shocked by the aura of destruction. Roar. The demoness roared and spat out a crimson flying sword. The sword light flashed, and a sword-killing formation appeared in the air. What? How is this possible? Tian was indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. He was very surprised that this demoness also knew the way of formations. Nothing is impossible in front of this ancestor, the demoness said as she controlled the killing formation and charged towards Tian. The power of the killing formation was fully displayed, and it reached Tian like a hot knife through butter. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Go in. Tian suddenly smiled. Then, the space in front of him suddenly collapsed, and a heaven-devouring force erupted, instantly devouring the demoness and the sword formation into the chaotic void. Damn it! Chapter 3395. The person that He Tian and Ji Changkong had unintentionally released was actually a demon woman. She was an incomparably bewitching witch with a pair of demonic eyes. Even after being sealed in this grotto for countless years, this demoness was still extremely powerful. However, there was no doubt that her cultivation had fallen from the extreme grade. Otherwise, she wouldn't even need to make a move. As long as she released the true might of the extreme grade, He Tian and Ji Changkong would have to kneel. At this time, the obscuro human formation fused as one and directly unleashed the strongest killing technique, directly smashing the demoness into the primal chaos void, and then sealing the shattered void. Countless runes wove together, and a yin-yang Dao diagram rushed out from the killing array, instantly sealing the shattered void. Boom! In the next moment, a muffled sound of impact resounded. The yin-yang diagram that sealed the space shook violently. Yin and yang energies interweaved, and the power of the grand Dao lingered. The demoness wanted to break the yin-yang diagram seal and rush out from the primal chaos. However, He Tian pushed the killing formation's power to the peak. Endless yin and yang energies frantically gathered from heaven and earth. The yin-yang diagram's power instantly multiplied. Haha, success. The demoness has been banished into the primal chaos. Ji Changkong couldn't help but rejoice when he saw this scene from outside the formation. One must know that this demoness wasn't simple. Even though her cultivation had fallen from the extreme grade, her battle prowess was still strong enough to make a quasi-supreme's heart palpitate. This kind of unconventional existence was stronger than a quasi-supreme. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. After all, these existences were once the strongest existences in the world. Even though He Tian was already a quasi-supreme, he nearly knelt before this unconventional existence. After all, this guy was a formation grandmaster. He could borrow the power of formations to greatly increase his cultivation, just like Gu Fei's Heaven Ascension secret technique. Moreover, he still hadn't used the Heaven Ascension secret technique that he learned from Gu Fei. Hearing Ji Changkong's words, He Tian understood his own situation. Although he had used the killing formation to raise his battle prowess to the limit, his opponent could still break through his seal. However, just as He Tian continued to strengthen the power of the seal. Boom! With a bang, the Dao diagram condensed from yin and yang qi exploded and dissipated in the void. The yin-yang Dao diagram had actually been directly scattered apart. This caused He Tian to be inexplicably shocked. But as the yin-yang Dao diagram was broken apart, a figure walked out from the primal chaos. Little guy, I told you that you were too inexperienced, but you didn't believe me. The demoness voice rang out in He Tian's mind. The demoness was looking at the dumbfounded He Tian with a mocking expression. At this moment, not to mention He Tian, even Ji Changkong and the countless experts watching from afar were inexplicably shocked. This demoness was too powerful. Even a quasi-supreme being couldn't suppress this demoness. Although the demoness was very beautiful, at least in He Tian's opinion, he had never seen such a beautiful person before. However, this was a flower with thorns. Not only did she have thorns, her thorns were also poisonous. If one were to be pricked by these poisonous thorns, it would be fatal. Naturally, He Tian didn't dare to get too close to this demoness. Humph! This daddy has reincarnated countless times. You still dare to say that this daddy is inexperienced? Erebus suddenly said with a smile. What? When the peerless witch heard this, her demonic eyes immediately lit up. An indescribable demonic power surged in her eyes. Her crimson pupils were terrifying, as if they were connected to a blood-red world. He Tian only took a glance and didn't dare to look into her eyes again. The devilish eyes of the demoness had a strange attraction, as though they were going to devour his soul in the next moment. You've actually embarked on a different path of cultivation. It's a path that only exists in legends. Since ancient times, no one has ever succeeded. Even the person who created this cultivation method failed. Yet, you actually dared to embark on this path. The demoness said with incomparable shock. She couldn't help but be moved. Haha, how do you know that the person who created this reincarnation technique failed? Erebus took a deep look at the peerless demoness and said, Could it be that you? The demoness was shocked when she heard this. Her scarlet eyes flashed with a heart-palpitating scarlet light. She thought of a possibility, but she didn't say it out loud. Obediently let me seal you back, and you might be able to live. Otherwise, this daddy here will kill you. Tian stared fiercely at the demoness and said, "Ha ha." Hearing this, the demoness burst out into laughter, as though she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Be serious. Can't you see that I'm talking to you very seriously? Tian stared at the demoness and said with a serious expression, "Fine, I won't laugh." The demoness retracted her smile, but in the next moment, she burst out laughing again. It seemed like this fella still hadn't figured out the situation. How dare he be so arrogant in front of her? Damn it. You dare to look down on me? Today, I will show you what a true formation master is like. As Tian spoke, a thunderous roar rang out from his body. Then, runes burst out from the corner of his robe. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the runes. The moment the runes appeared, the entire sky darkened. Day turned into night in an instant. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction filled the entire sky. At this moment, even the countless living beings outside Crimson Devil Ridge felt their souls tremble, and they were terrified to the extreme. What? When the demoness saw the runes flying towards her, she was extremely shocked. She could sense a dangerous aura coming from the runes. A broken runes. The peerless demoness immediately retreated. Her movement technique was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. However, no matter how fast the demoness was, she couldn't outrun the runes. The runes engulfed the entire Crimson Demon Ridge in an instant. Naturally, the demoness was trapped within as well. Damn it. The demoness' expression changed. She was once in extreme supremacy. No one knew better than her how terrifying extreme killing formation was. Even though it was only a broken runes, it wasn't something that could be easily destroyed. In the next moment, the runes that covered the entire region appeared between the heavens and earth. Countless runes were imprinted in the sky, trapping the demoness within. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They only saw a killing array descending from the sky, directly sealing the peerless demoness who was extremely domineering to the extreme. Rumble. The runes of the extreme killing formation revolved. The void that was enveloped by the extreme killing formation was directly torn apart by a powerful force. The demoness, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt an immense pressure. The power of the extreme Tao surged towards her, yet she completely disregarded it. An attack like this could not affect her at all. Bzzz, the peerless witch's body emitted a rumbling sound. Then, a huge bell immediately appeared from her body and enveloped her in an instant. The beams of light of destruction that shot out from Tian's body immediately collided with the peerless witch's giant bell. The giant bell trembled continuously, but it managed to block the light of destruction that pierced through it. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Tian was dumbfounded. Could it be that even a corner of the extreme killing formation couldn't do anything to her? Clang. At this moment, the sound of a bell rang out, echoing throughout the entire city. The sound of the bell contained a devilish nature, causing the souls of all living beings who heard it to tremble. The sound of the bell shook the corner of the extreme killing formation. The legendary soul-absorbing devil bell. When Tian heard the sound of the bell, he felt that something was amiss. His soul cultivation was incomparably stable. Even if the gigantic bell that emerged from the demoness was an extreme killing formation, it would still be difficult for her to break through the corner of the extreme killing formation. Kill. Tian circulated the killing formation with all his might. The corner of the extreme killing formation immediately erupted with an even more powerful energy. The entire world trembled as if it was about to collapse. Clang. The devil bell continued to ring. On the surface of the extreme killing formation, demonic runes continuously appeared and interweaved. The demoness used the devil bell to protect herself and retaliated. As the bell rang out, the entire world seemed to be affected. Boundless earth essence rose up and surged towards the corner of the extreme killing formation. Rays of divine light shot out from the corner of the extreme killing formation, illuminating the entire world with a golden hue. Boundless extreme Tao energy surged within the formation, causing Erebus to feel an immense pressure. The voice of the peerless demoness kept sounding out from within. At this moment, Ji Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. He saw that the peerless demoness was trapped in a corner of the extreme Tao formation. She was charging left and right in the formation. Even though she used the extreme Tao demonic bell, she was still unable to break out of the formation and escape. "Little fellow, you better give up. I am immortal, and you can't kill me." The voice of the demoness rang out in He Tian's heart. "Stop talking nonsense. Even if I can't kill you, I still have to kill you." He Tian roared in anger. "Very well, let's kill then." The demoness suddenly stopped in the middle of the formation. After that, the soul-absorbing devil bell in her hand actually flew up and transformed into a beam of light, entering the demoness body. In the next moment, the peerless demoness took out a black object the size of a fist. Then, she threw it towards the weakest point of the array. Boom! With a loud explosion, a powerful destructive force expanded outwards, creating a huge pit in the ground. Devil lightning. A few old cultivators watching from afar couldn't help but be startled. The opponent could actually refine devil lightning. This was going to be troublesome. Chapter 3396. He Tian gave it his all to fight against the peerless demoness in the Scarlet Demon Ridge. This was the collision of two heaven-shaking forces. The peerless demoness had a great background. Although she had been sealed in that cave for countless years, and her cultivation base had fallen from the extreme grade realm, her combat strength was still shocking. With the peerless demoness' current combat strength, killing a quasi-supreme being was as easy as flipping her palm. Unfortunately, He Tian was not an ordinary quasi-supreme being. He cultivated the secret reincarnation technique and had reincarnated countless times. As his cultivation base continued to rise, the power he cultivated through countless reincarnations was also gradually returning. Not only that, his dusty memories were also becoming clearer. The power of countless reincarnations stacked together caused He Tian's combat strength to be many times stronger than an ordinary quasi-supreme being. Although he was only a quasi-supreme being, he could still fight against an existence like the peerless demoness. Boom! At this moment, the peerless demoness actually used devil lightning. That was the extreme-grade devil lightning. In an instant, it exploded in the middle of He Tian's killing array. The vast destructive force directly shattered countless array runes. What Mahakala didn't expect was that this wasn't the full extent of the demonic lightning's power. The instant the demonic lightning exploded, the destructive power that erupted instantly expanded, destroying everything in its path. However, in the next instant, a terrifying devouring power appeared in the center of the demonic lightning's explosion. The destructive force of the devil lightning suddenly shrunk. All the array runes that had yet to dissipate were all devoured and destroyed. After 2 rounds of destruction, He Tian's killing array was on the verge of stopping. Seeing his opponent's devil lightning blasting a huge hole in his killing array, even a formation master like He Tian was dumbfounded. "Little fella, how's the power of my devil lightning? It's all right, right?" The peerless demoness smiled at He Tian. Erebus immediately felt as if his mind was being forcibly sucked away by a magical force. The other party's smile was extremely alluring, but in the next moment, he abruptly woke up with a start. "Haha, you want to be this Grandpa He's elder sister? You're still too young." He Tian laughed heartily. He had reincarnated countless times, but the memories hidden in the depths of his soul hadn't been restored. Even so, he was still shocked. He was definitely a super antique. It was as if he had already existed before the mythological era. The era before the mythological era was an extremely ancient era, the desolate era. It was a very primitive era, and during that era, there were innate gods. Innate living beings ruled over the world, ruling over the entire world. He Tian didn't expect that he could live for so long and reincarnate all the way to the present. Is that so? At this time, the peerless demoness took out another devil lightning from her body. He Tian's expression changed. That scene just now had truly given him a fright. That devil lightning's power was truly astonishing. Big sister will treat you to demonic thunder. After saying that, the peerless she-devil tossed the demonic lightning in her hand towards Tian. Motherfucker, this daddy will treat you to some rice fields. Mahakala cursed and immediately retreated. His speed was so fast that only a faint afterimage could be seen in the void. Boom! There was another loud bang as the demonic lightning exploded. The destructive power first expanded to the extreme, shattering everything in its surroundings. In the next moment, the extremely expanding power instantly shrank inwards, destroying everything. The might of this demonic lightning was really strong. It was equivalent to destroying everything that was enveloped by the power of the demonic lightning twice, completely destroying everything. Tian's killing formation was affected once more. A large number of runes were destroyed by the boundless destructive power, completely dissipating in the air. Playing thunder with this Grandpa Tian gritted his teeth as he stared at the peerless she-devil. Following that, rays of yin and yang light shot out from his killing formation, forming balls of lightning. Rumble. A deep and thunderous rumble came from within Tian's killing formation. This guy is going all out. Ji Changkong, who was watching from afar, was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had seen someone force Tian to the point of risking his life. Unstoppable thunder. Tian roared. Countless balls of yin and yang lightning shot out from his killing formation towards the peerless she-devil. Every ball of lightning emitted a strong destructive aura. The balls of yin and yang lightning shot out from all directions and shot towards the peerless she-devil, sealing off all her escape routes. You're forcing me to fight you head-on. The peerless she-devil laughed. At this moment, Tian no longer dared to look at the peerless she-devil. Her demonic arts were extremely strange. It could affect a cultivator's state of mind, especially when they were fighting. When experts exchanged blows, if one side's state of mind was affected, the other side would usually defeat them. At this moment, the peerless she-devil's body emitted a vast scarlet demonic light. The scarlet demonic light expanded, and the balls of yin and yang lightning that shot towards her dissipated into the scarlet demonic light. What? Seeing this, Tian could not help but be shocked. The demonic mystique that she used was actually similar to Gu Fei's secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, secret of the void. He had yet to learn the final secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, secret of the void. At this moment, the scarlet demonic light that spread out from the peerless she-devil's body instantly enveloped Tian and the killing formation. Run! The countless formation runes around him dissipated under the crimson blood demonic light. Tian immediately used the anti-void secret technique and instantly escaped into the void, fleeing. For Tian, if he could not win, he would run. That was his principle. Seeing that Tian had escaped, Ji Changkong also turned and fled. If even Tian was not a match for this she-devil, there was no way he would be able to either. If he didn't escape, he would die here. Naturally, Ji Changkong was not that stupid. As for the flying immortal monarch, Ji Xuanji, he had already slipped away. This made Ji Changkong very speechless. This uncle of his was indeed ambitious and ruthless. Rumble. The killing formation quickly collapsed. An incomparably shocking sound spread out. The entire heaven and earth seemed like it was going to explode. It was precisely because the killing formation trapped the peerless she-devil, making it difficult for her to intercept Tian and Ji Changkong. This allowed Tian and Ji Changkong to successfully escape. When the peerless she-devil used her demonic mystique to destroy the killing formation, she could not find Tian and Ji Changkong anymore. Cunning fellow, the peerless she-devil muttered to herself. Her powerful divine sense scanned the surroundings, but she could not sense the presence of Tian and Ji Changkong. In the next moment, the cultivators outside the Scarlet Demon Ridge were going to be unlucky. The peerless she-devil charged out of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. She reached out with her right hand, and immediately, tens of incomparably strong silhouettes flew over from afar. She grabbed them in her hand. Very quickly, their energy was sucked dry, and they turned into tins of dried corpses. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were extremely shocked. Haha, all of you, come over here. The peerless she-devil laughed loudly. Then, a terrifying, devouring force suddenly appeared from her body. All the cultivators within 1,000 miles actually flew towards her involuntarily. Roar! Some experts roared in anger, wanting to break free. However, they discovered that there was no change at all. All the cultivators that flew towards the peerless she-devil were imprisoned in the space around her. Even some of the more powerful existences were captured by her, unable to escape. At this moment, the space around the peerless she-devil was filled with human silhouettes. This was an extremely shocking scene. Every cultivator's body was emitting energy. The peerless she-devil used her demonic mystique to continuously devour the energy of the cultivators around her. Very soon, the expressions of the cultivators imprisoned in the void became weary. As their essence, chi, and spirit continued to flow out, they would eventually turn into hundreds of dried corpses. This was the result of having their energy devoured by the peerless she-devil ridge. There was no longer any suspense. In the end, the peerless she-devil ridge left. The entire Scarlet Demon Ridge returned to its former tranquility. When the experts of the major powers arrived at the Scarlet Demon Ridge, they saw many cold corpses lying in the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. Even the ancestors couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. It seems like the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle is going to be chaotic. Some ancient existences said such words. While everyone on the ancestral Myrtle star was in danger, in the ancestral god realm, Gu Fei was about to send the foreign demons back to the primal chaos devil realm. This wasn't a difficult task for him. In the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land, Gu Fei took out the formation platform. At this time, there were many demons gathered in the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land. 3 days was more than enough for the foreign demons to make sufficient preparations. Emojoyo rode the old black bull and led a few demons to the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land. We're finally going back. Emojoyo was extremely excited at the thought of returning to the primal chaos devil realm. He had been away for too long. Yeah, we're finally going back. One of the demons standing behind Emojoyo's side. In the past, they were trapped here and couldn't return to the primal chaos devil realm. But things were different now. They were about to return, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to see their loved ones again. Very quickly, Gu Fei was ready. Without hesitation, he activated the formation platform. In the next moment, a buzzing sound could be heard. Suddenly, a ball of demonic light spread out from the platform, and the demonic patterns were stimulated by him. The demon's formation platform. Chapter 3397. Deep in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock Clan. In a valley filled with dense spiritual energy. In the middle of the valley, there was a pavilion. The 3-story pavilion was built in a dazzling manner. It was very imposing. In front of the pavilion, it was not a small square. At this moment, in the square, countless experts of the devil race stood densely together. Some of the devil race's experts were even standing in the void. At this time, these devil race powerhouses were staring at the formation platform in the middle of the square. In the middle of the square, there was a huge formation platform in front of it. The entire platform was made of wood. It was the platform that Gu Fei had brought back from the Black Demon Sea in the ancestral god realm. It was the platform that the Willow Demon clan had left behind. Willow Demon. At this moment, Emojoyo, who was standing in front of the platform, had an indescribable look in his eyes. He was the top extreme demon lord in the Chaos Demon realm. He naturally recognized Willow Demon. A willow in the ancient demon realm, Emojoyo muttered to himself. His gaze became a little deep. Could there be some story between this guy and the ancestor of the Willow Demon clan? Although Gu Fei was activating the platform, he also noticed the change in Emojoyo. He also heard Emojoyo muttering to himself. Chaos Demon Realm. Since ancient times, there were only a few that could leave their names in history. Emojoyo was one. So was the ancestor of the Willow Demon clan. As for the others, they were all buried in the passage of time. No one could remember their names, their deeds. Only those that were amazing enough could be remembered by people for thousands of years. Rumble. Lines of demonic runes appeared on the wooden platform. A pitch-black hole gradually formed. It was the passage that connected the two realms. Seeing the black hole appear on the platform, all the demons who were waiting nervously were surprised and happy. Gu Fei did not go back on his words. He activated the platform of the Willow Demon Clan with all his strength. The black hole above the platform gradually stabilized. At this moment, Song Ke and the Demon Divine Lord had yet to return. This made Gu Fei speechless. He was merely going to deal with an ancestor of the deity race. It had been 3 days. He still hadn't taken him down. With Song Ke's help. In that case, it would be much easier to activate the platform. The Willow Devil Clan's formation platform could connect the celestial and devil realms. There was no doubt about it. However, the people on the other side of the platform did not know about this. Ancestral God Realm. On a mountain outside the Black Demon City, a platform that had been silent for a long time suddenly woke up. Is that guy planning to come back? A figure sitting cross-legged in front of the platform suddenly opened his eyes. It was a woman. It was a masked woman. The moment the woman opened her eyes, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. 2 bolts of lightning seemed to flash across the void. At this moment, the other people on the mountaintop were also alarmed. Rays of demonic light rushed out from the platform. They circled around the platform. Ancient demonic runes appeared on the platform one after another. The void above the platform was collapsing. It collapsed. Soon, a black hole appeared in the sky above the platform. At the beginning, the black hole on the platform was not very stable. However, the black hole quickly stabilized. Is the master coming back? The Black Demon Mountain Lord was also alarmed. He directly rushed over from the Black Demon City. The other experts also appeared on the mountaintop one after another. They stared nervously at the black hole above the platform. Rumble. The entire platform was shaking slightly. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Connecting the two realms. It was not an easy task. The energy needed was too huge. One had to know. This was to open the barrier between the two realms. However, when the platform gradually stabilized, the aura exuding from the platform was no longer as terrifying as before. Is he coming back? An old man appeared behind the woman. Only this old man dared to approach the masked woman. The others stood far away. Humph. Who knows? The woman said disapprovingly. At this moment, a mass of chaotic light directly flew out of the black hole. Seeing this, the Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others. They could not help but be taken aback. What was the master going to do? Everyone was guessing. The woman sitting cross-legged in front of the platform stretched out her hand. The mass of chaotic light that flew out of the black hole immediately fell into her hand. So that's how it is. Emojioyo is actually still alive. Interesting. The masked woman said. Then, she directly stood up. With a wave of her sleeve, a mass of demonic light immediately enveloped her and the old man. The next moment, the masked woman and the old man disappeared in front of everyone. Just as the masked woman and the old man left, a figure walked out of the black hole in the sky above the formation platform. It was an extremely powerful aura. It spread out from this figure. What? At this moment, all the demonic experts on the mountaintop felt their souls tremble. That figure was like a supreme demonic ancestor overlooking ants. They saw that it was an old man riding an old black bull. The old black bull that the old man was sitting on was slowly walking down from the platform. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. How could it be a demon? Everyone was extremely surprised. One should know. The place that Gu Fei went to was the ancestral god realm. How could a demon expert return from the ancestral god realm? Could it be? The Black Demon Mountain Lord and the other demon experts vaguely guessed a certain possibility. Emojioyo, have finally returned. After Emojioyo came out of the platform on the old black bull, he said with great emotion. He felt the aura of this world. Extremely excited. What? Emojioyo. The Black Demon Mountain Lord heard. This was really a big surprise. One should know. Emojioyo was a legendary figure. He was one of the most powerful demonic ancestors in the history of the Chaos Demon realm. However, ever since the ancient war of gods and demons, Emojioyo disappeared. Some said that Emojioyo died in battle. Others said that Imogilyo was trapped in the ancestral god realm. The legend of Imogilyo. There were many, but which one was true? Which one was false? But there was no way to verify it. And now, suddenly, an old man on the old black bull jumped out and said that he was Imogilyo. The black demon mountain lord could not believe it. This was too ridiculous. "I'm back," Imogilyo said. An earth-shattering aura immediately erupted from his body. A supreme demonic aura exploded. The entire void was shaking. The next moment, the black demon mountain lord and the others directly knelt down. Terrified, they laid on the ground. Their minds almost collapsed. Under the pressure of this aura, all the demon experts on the mountain were terrified to the extreme. It was like the end of the world. Not a single person could stand. "Old man, can you give me some face? These are all my subordinates." At this moment, a blurry figure came from afar. He directly came in front of Imogilyo. I got a little carried away. I'm sorry." Imogilyo, who was riding the old black bull, said with a smile. The next moment, the supreme pressure that erupted from his body immediately retreated like a receding tide. At this moment, the demon experts on the mountain heaved a sigh of relief. Could this old man really be the legendary Imogilyo? The black demon mountain lord was extremely doubtful, but the demonic aura that exploded from the old bull was no joke. At this moment, the blurry figure in front of Imogilyo also disappeared in the void. He disappeared. It turned out that it was just a shadow. The owner of this shadow. Naturally, it was Gu Fei. Only Gu Fei's face. Imogilyo had to give it to him. However, in the instant that Imogilyo released his powerful aura, Imogilyo's eyes widened. The most powerful demons in the primal chaos demon realm still sense this aura. That person is back. In the stone demon clan's ancestral land, an incomparably old voice came out. And in the willow demon clan's ancestral land, some ancient existences were also alarmed. They directly jumped out of their coffins. What's going on? Is that person still alive? In another region, on a towering demonic mountain that pierced the clouds, in a cave that breathed in and out incomparably pure demonic energy, such a voice came out. If that person really is back, then we'll have a good show to watch. Someone said something like that. Imogilyo's aura only appeared for a very short time before disappearing. This shocked the big shots of the Chaos Demon realm. They were paranoid. There were many ancient existences in the Chaos Demon realm. At this moment, on the mountain outside the Black Demon City, in the sky above the Transboundary Formation platform, more and more powerful Devil Race experts walked out of the black hole. Soon, the entire mountaintop was filled with the figures of the demon race. Some demons even flew into the sky. Ancestral God realm. All the demons in the extraterrestrial demon region had come. No one was willing to stay in the ancestral God realm. One had to know. Without Imogilyo's protection, the other demons could not survive in the ancestral God realm. If not for Imogilyo, the demons trapped in the ancestral God realm could only be killed. Half an hour later, no one walked out of the black hole above the formation platform. All the demons of the ancestral God realm had crossed over. They had returned to their true homeland, Primal Chaos Demon Realm. This was the world of demons. Imogilyo would temporarily stay in the Black Demon City. This was Gu Fei's arrangement. Only then would Imogilyo find a place for the devils from the ancestral God realm to settle down. Actually, Imogilyo also needed time to understand the current situation in the Primal Chaos Demon Realm. Ancestral God Realm. In the depths of the Golden Rock Clan's ancestral land, Gu Fei sent off Imogilyo and the other demons. Then he put away the formation platform. He planned to leave. Chapter 3398. In the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock Clan's ancestral land, a beam of divine light shot towards Gu Fei, who had just put away his formation platform. Wherever the divine light passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. A terrifying aura spread from the divine light. The figure was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it had already shot in front of Gu Fei. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. Someone actually dared to sneak an attack on Gu Fei in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock Clan. The ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan was not a place that just anyone could enter. Clang. Just as Gu Fei was about to be hit by the divine light, an ancient cauldron the size of a fist emerged from between his eyebrows. The divine light shot directly onto the ancient cauldron, making a bell-like sound. The divine light instantly shattered in the void. As the divine light shattered, a divine arrow was wrapped in the divine light. It was a divine arrow that contained the power of the extreme Tao. It should have been left behind by an extreme Tao cultivator. At this moment, the ancient cauldron that had rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows had already landed in his hand. At the same time, a black figure flashed across the sky. The person who had sneak-attacked Gu Fei wanted to escape immediately after his plan failed. This seemed to be the behavior of an assassin. Gu Fei sneered. The ancient cauldron in his hand immediately flew up and disappeared into the void in an instant. In the next moment, a bloody mist exploded in the distance. Do you still want to live after a sneak attack? Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, the ancient cauldron that had disappeared flew back from afar and landed on his right hand. Then, a primordial spirit rushed out of the ancient cauldron. Primordial chaos chi formed divine chains that firmly bound the primordial spirit. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. Gu Fei's methods were too frightening. He actually killed an incomparably powerful expert of the god race just like that, and even imprisoned his soul. It seemed like he was going to search his soul. I'd like to see who's behind this. After saying that, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine seizing secret technique, to read the memories of the cultivator's soul. The power of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao was naturally not something that the puny soul of that fellow could withstand. Very soon, Gu Fei learned the ins and outs of the matter. The gold crows again, with a thought from Gu Fei. The soul bound by the ancient cauldron's primordial chaos power was instantly devoured by the ancient cauldron and refined. Bound by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, even a primordial spirit of the extreme Tao would be in danger, let alone the primordial spirit of a fellow who wasn't even a quasi-sovereign. There was no suspense. That fellow's soul would be destroyed in the end. You 3 go and see what's going on with the demon god and Song Quebec, Gu Fei said to the 3 gargoyles standing to the side. Yes, master. The 3 stone demons hurriedly accepted the order and soared into the sky toward the immortal medicine ridge. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon and out of everyone's sight. The 3 stone demons were Gu Fei's confidants. They were also existences that could use primordial spirit power and possessed a physique that was comparable to a primordial spirit artifact. If the 3 stone demons of the chaos demonic ape and the demon god worked together, even an existence like Song Ke would be fearful, let alone other existences. Song Ke and the demon god had yet to take down the immortal medicine ridge, which was beyond everyone's expectations. One must know that if the deity race was really that strong, Song Ke and the demon god would be in for a tragedy. Gu Fei paid no attention to the others and directly walked into the pavilion. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. Soon, most of the people in the square in front of the pavilion had left. Only the core members of the chaotic Golden Rock race remained. Just as Gu Fei entered the pavilion in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock race, the ancestral Myrtle Star in the human realm was in a state of turmoil. After the birth of the peerless demoness, whose name was unknown, she devoured the essence of cultivators everywhere, causing everyone in the cultivation world to feel insecure. At this time, He Tian and Ji Changkong arrived at the Flying Immortal City. The Flying Immortal City Lord had returned even earlier than them. They did not cause trouble for the Flying Immortal King. Instead, they used the teleportation formation of the Flying Immortal City. The Flying Immortal City was not far from the ancestral land of the Ji family. Ji Changkong did not return to the ancestral land of the Ji family directly. Instead, he went to visit an expert of virtue and prestige in the Ji family. The great elder of the Ji family was not in the ancestral land of the Ji family. Instead, he was cultivating on a spirit mountain 1,000 miles away. Ji Changkong and He Tian stepped onto the teleportation formation of the Flying Immortal City. In the next moment, the teleportation formation was activated, and the two of them disappeared from the teleportation formation. Those two fellows finally left. After seeing Ji Changkong and He Tian leave, the flying immortal city lord walked out and heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestral land of the Ji family was naturally located in the best area of the ancestral Myrtle Star. It was the source of the ancestral Earth vein, the birthplace of the ancestral Earth vein. Such a place was absolutely heaven-defying. There was only one such place in the entire ancestral Earth star. There was no other place like it. The place where the ancestral Earth vein converged was like a crouching tiger and coiled dragon. Spiritual chi gathered from all directions. This was a divine land. Cultivating here would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. The great elder of the Ji family, the ancient antique that had lived for countless years, did not sit in the ancestral land of the Ji family. Instead, he was on a spirit mountain 1,000 miles away. He had built many buildings and cultivated there. At this moment, two people arrived at the foot of the mountain peak surrounded by spiritual chi. These two people were Ji Changkong and He Tian, who had just rushed over. "What are you?" He Tian could not guess what this fellow wanted to do. "I came to pay my respects to the old ancestor first, then I will return to the ancestral land of the Ji family," said Ji Changkong. He was very clear about the current situation. His power in the Ji family could be said to be negligible. Moreover, he did not know what the branch he belonged to would think about his return. He wanted to establish his own power. He Tian and Ji Changkong did not hesitate and directly went up the mountain. On the ancestral Earth star in the human realm, He Tian and Ji Changkong went to pay a visit to a super antique of the Ji family. If they could invite this person, everything would become very simple. In the ancestral god realm, the void near the immortal medicine ridge constantly emitted incomparably shocking sounds. Two auras of the extreme Tao were vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The void shattered and chaotic chi was shot out. The two terrifying auras of the extreme Tao came from the chaotic chi. The battle between Tsang Ke and the deity race's old ancestor Yu Qiong was still undecided. The fact that the two experts were evenly matched was a good thing for Gu Fei. It would be even better if the two of them were to fight and both of them were heavily injured. Just as the two experts were in a stalemate, three powerful figures that could make one's soul tremble came from afar. Powerful demonic auras spread in all directions. This is, in the immortal medicine ridge, the demon god couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the three suddenly coming. He naturally knew about their background. Why are they here? Could it be that the Lord sent them? The demon god muttered to himself. He had actually taken over the immortal medicine ridge, but the battle between Tsang Ke and Yu Qiong was still undecided. Rumble. In the shattered void, the chaotic chi was vast and mighty. Sounds of wind and thunder could be heard from the depths of the chaos. The chaos demon ape and the other two golems directly rushed into the chaos, rushing towards Tsang Ke and Yu Qiong. Swoosh. Just as the three stone gargoyles approached, an extremely sharp swordlight suddenly rushed out of the void and slashed at the Chaos Demon Ape. The Chaos Demon Ape immediately raised his right hand to block the attack. The swordlight instantly slashed the Chaos Demon Ape's right hand, and it actually made a sound of metal colliding, as if it had slashed a rock. Roar. The Chaos Demon Ape roared angrily and directly slammed his palm forward. The powerful palm force exploded and dispersed the chaotic chi in front of him. After the chaotic essence dissipated, two figures appeared in front of everyone. Kill. Kill. The two super experts roared at the same time and once again collided with each other. Boom. The entire chaotic void seemed like it was about to explode. A powerful energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. However, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two golems did not dodge the mighty energy storm. Instead, they directly fought against it without taking a step back. The Chaos Demon Ape did not hesitate and directly pounced towards Yu Qiong. An extremely powerful force erupted from his body and rays of demonic light pierced towards Yu Qiong. Yu Qiong's expression changed when he saw that. He directly opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless demonic lights that pierced through him were all swallowed and refined. What? The Chaos Demon Ape was shocked. This fella can actually devour my energy. How am I supposed to fight him? At this moment, the Supreme Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon also made their moves. Extreme demonic energy erupted, causing the entire chaotic void to explode and endless chaotic chi to boil. The three golems had joined forces. Sankei, this is the evidence that you've colluded with the demons, Yu Qiong shouted. His body was like a phantom as he moved quickly in the chaotic void, dodging the attacks of the three golems. Humph, whatever you say, Sankei sneered. He was too lazy to explain. So what if I have colluded with the demons? Haha, then you admit it? Yu Qiong laughed. The crime of colluding with the demons was not a light one in the ancestral god realm. He would become the public enemy of all the celestial clans in the ancestral god realm. Chapter 3399. High up in the sky near the immortal Herb Ridge, the void had turned into primal chaos. Powerful energy surged out from the primal chaos. At this moment, Sankei and Yu Qiong were fighting in the depths of the bastard. The Chaos Demon Ape and the other two Golem Devils joined the battle. No matter how strong Yu Qiong was, he wouldn't be able to stop them. He executed a strange movement technique and managed to escape from the joint attack of Sankei and the three Golem Devils. There was a reason why the Heavenly God Clan was able to survive for so many years, and no one was able to exterminate them. Their cultivation technique was unique. Sankei, you're done for. Yu Qiong's figure appeared in the distance. A powerful energy wave spread out from his body, dispersing the primal chaos aura in the surroundings. Haha, I'm done for. What a joke. Sankei burst into laughter. Is this guy stupid? He's the one at a disadvantage, not me. How dare he say that I'm done for? Colluding with the demons will make you the enemy of the entire ancestral god realm. No matter how strong you are, you're done for. Yu Qiong stared at Sankei with a malicious gaze. So what? Sankei said coldly. He didn't care because he knew that as long as Gu Fei was here, no one in the ancestral god realm could touch him. Of course, Sankei also knew that Gu Fei wouldn't stay in the ancestral god realm forever because Gu Fei was just a passerby. You're crazy. How can you not care after doing such a crazy thing? Yu Qiong looked at Sankei in disbelief. He didn't expect Sankei to have such an attitude. Sankei smiled. You're the one who didn't see it clearly. Whether it's in the primal chaos devil world or the ancestral god realm, strength is everything. As long as I'm strong enough, I can ignore everything and do whatever I want. Sankei was extremely confident in his and Gu Fei's strength. Hearing these words, Yu Qiong was even more shocked. Sankei was right. In the world of cultivation, the strong ruled, the weak were prey to the strong. This was an unchanging truth. All right, let me send you on your way, Sankei said as he pressed forward. At the same time, the Chaos Demonic Ape and the other three stone golems spread out and surrounded Yu Qiong. Humph. When Yu Qiong saw the four experts surrounding him, even though he had fused with the extreme Dao God Bone, his expression changed. One must know that their physiques were also extremely powerful and could even contend against an extreme Dao artifact. I won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, Yu Qiong shot up into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, at this moment, a large net suddenly enveloped him from above. It caught him in an instant, causing him to be greatly shocked. Great Demon Spider. Yu Qiong couldn't help but frown. Although he was caught in the net, he didn't panic. However, at that moment, a huge spider crawled out from the web and stabbed at Yu Qiong's head with its front claws that looked like demonic spears. Clang! The great demon spider's two front claws pierced Yu Qiong's forehead, but it couldn't pierce through. It only made a metallic sound. Seeing this, the Chaos Demonic Ape and the Dragon Head Demon were shocked. Only Sankei remained calm. At this moment, the great demon spiders on the net hurriedly retreated. However, Yu Qiong grabbed one of the great demon spider's front claws and forcefully snapped it off. The great demon spider was both shocked and furious. Then, it turned into a ray of demonic light and escaped. Haha, that's all. Yu Qiong laughed crazily. He had fused with the extreme Dao Golden Divine Bone and could control the power of the extreme Dao Golden Divine Bone. It was as if he had transformed into an extreme Tao supreme being. Yu Qiong became arrogant because of his powerful combat strength. Humph! Song Ke sneered and spat out a ray of sword light. The ray of sword light turned into a divine rainbow and pierced through Yu Qiong, who was in the big net. The fluctuation of sword chi of the extreme Tao level spread out from the sword rainbow. Damn it! In the face of Song Ke's sword rainbow, Yu Qiong's expression immediately turned solemn. He directly grabbed the huge net and pulled forcefully, tearing a big hole in it. However, at this moment, Song Ke's sword light pierced through the web. Roar! Yu Qiong roared and grabbed the sword light with his right hand. When his right hand came into contact with the sword light, the sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard. The chaos demonic ape and the dragon head demon were dumbfounded. Yu Qiong grabbed the sword light that Song Ke had shot out. Even Song Ke was shocked to see this. However, Yu Qiong's right hand, which was holding onto the sword rainbow, was slashed by the sword chi. Golden blood dripped from his hand. What are you waiting for? Song Ke stared at Yu Qiong and said loudly. The chaos demonic ape and the dragon head demon looked at each other and attacked at the same time. The chaos demonic ape opened his mouth and spat out a ball of pitch-black demonic fire. As soon as the demonic fire appeared, it instantly spread out. A large amount of chaotic aura was burnt and destroyed by the demonic fire. The demonic fire engulfed Yu Qiong. The dragon head demon flipped his hands, and a few demonic spears appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, he threw the demonic spears at Yu Qiong. The demonic spears turned into demonic light and disappeared in the demonic fire. Haha, you want to kill me with this? Dream on. Yu Qiong's laughter could be heard from the demonic fire. They can't kill you, but what about me? At this moment, a voice was heard in the chaos. Who are you? Yu Qiong stopped laughing in the demonic fire. Boom! At this moment, an ancient cauldron appeared directly in the sky above the ball of demonic flames. Then, it directly suppressed the demonic flames below. What? As the ancient cauldron pressed down, the demonic fire immediately dissipated. A terrifying force that could shake the heavens exploded from the ancient cauldron. The mighty primordial chaos force dispersed the surrounding chaotic aura. Yu Qiong, who was below the ancient cauldron, could not even straighten his back. At this moment, the rainbow sword in his hand flew back to Song Ke and entered his body. Chapter 3400. Gu Fei had arrived, but it wasn't his true body that had come. It was just a clone, and his incarnation had brought along the mountain and river cauldron. He sealed a part of the primal chaos as soon as he took action, suppressing the deity race's old ancestor to the point where he couldn't even straighten his back. Nathaniel Hawthorne. What? Who the hell are you? The old ancestor of the deity race was afraid because the power coming down from the ancient cauldron above his head was too great. Although he tried his best to draw the power of the golden divine bone, it was still difficult to contend against it. Yu Qiong tried his best to hold on, but his waist still started to bend. Who am I? Of course it's the person who killed you. Isn't that obvious? Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Yu Qiong and said with a smile. In fact, he was also very surprised that Yu Qiong could withstand the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron for so long. If it had been an ordinary patriarch, he would have been obliterated by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Fused with the divine item of extreme path? Very soon, Gu Fei's clone saw through Ancestor Yu Qiong's true state. Ancestor Yu Qiong's body shone with boundless golden light. 9 ancient golden runes appeared on his body. Each rune radiated with immortal light. Those were the extreme Tao divine runes. This also meant that old ancestor Yu Qiong had already used all of his strength. His body's endurance had reached its limit. He needed 9 extreme Tao divine runes to seal his divine body. The deity race's secret technique, which could fuse with an extreme divine artifact, was indeed heaven-defying. It was similar to the technique Gu Fei cultivated in the past, which allowed him to fuse weapons into his body. Roar! Old ancestor Yu Qiong roared in anger. Powerful extreme path divine power burst forth from his body, and in the next moment, his clothes were torn to shreds and scattered all over the sky. This guy is quite strong. Gu Fei's clone was startled to see ancestor Yu Qiong's bulging muscles. This fellow was tall and slender, but it was unexpected for him to have such a powerful divine body. Even a middle-aged man wouldn't have such a physique. Despite his old age, Forefather Yu Qiong's divine body was still in peak condition. Forefather Yu Qiong's muscles and bones were trembling as he unleashed a tremendous amount of divine force. However, it was only a futile struggle. That was the only way to go. Very soon, elder ancestor Yu Qiong was suppressed by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river and was lying on the ground, trembling. When Song Ke and the others saw this, they could not help but be moved. He had fought this guy for a few days, but was unable to defeat him. However, Gu Fei's clone had subdued this guy as soon as he arrived. Could it be that Gu Fei's doppelganger was stronger than him? Thinking of this, Song Ke was extremely depressed. He actually knew that the reason Gu Fei's clone was able to suppress Yu Qiong was because of the mountain and river cauldron. However, even though he knew this, Song Ke was still unhappy. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was truly heaven-defying. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated and unleashed powerful primordial chaos energy. Cracking sounds could be heard from Forefather Yu Qiong's bones as if they were being crushed. All right, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei's clone did not want to play anymore. In fact, there was nothing fun about this. This guy was not even a quasi-supreme. How could he possibly be a match for him? This guy is really done for this time. Song Ke felt a little complicated at the sight of this. At this moment, he could not feel happy at all. Boom! An even more powerful primordial chaos energy exploded from the mountain and river cauldron. 9 primordial chaos Dao runes emerged from the mountain and river cauldron. The entire chaotic void seemed to freeze. In the next moment, the primordial chaos energy descended from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, tragedy struck Forefather Yu Qiong. Forefather Yu Qiong let out a miserable shriek. Sounds of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Bloody wounds appeared on his body, and some of his bones even pierced through his body. Golden divine blood continuously seeped out from Forefather Yu Qiong's body. At this moment, he discovered that his divine body was no longer under his control. The divine blood that was flowing out of his body couldn't be retrieved. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron began to suppress Forefather Yu Qiong. Don't. Can I surrender? Old ancestor Yu Qiong panicked. The other party was so powerful, and indeed had the strength to kill him. At this time, he felt the golden god bone in his body was actually afraid of the cauldron in the sky, and was actually showing signs of escaping. This was definitely not a good thing for Forefather Yu Qiong. One must know that the reason he could still hold on was because the golden divine bone had fused with him. Once the golden divine bone left his body, he would immediately die. With a thought from Gu Fei's clone, the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing Forefather Yu Qiong immediately stopped. It was like a primordial divine mountain hovering there, giving off an endless sense of pressure. Even an expert like Song Ke couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate upon seeing this scene. One must know that he was once an extreme sovereign, one of the strongest experts in the ancestral god realm. You want to surrender? Gu Fei's clone looked at the old man lying motionlessly under the mountain and river cauldron and said with a faint smile, Yes, yes, yes. I want to surrender. I want to surrender. Forefather Yu Qiong hurriedly said. At this moment, his life was more important. He no longer cared about his face. His face was no longer an issue when his life was at stake. All right, it's fine if you want to surrender. But you have to be my servant. Are you willing? Gu Fei's clone said. What? Forefather Yu Qiong, who was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This guy actually wanted him to be his servant. He was a dignified forefather of the deity race. If he agreed, it would be impossible for him to stay in the deity race. One must know that once the patriarch of the deity race knew that he had become Gu Fei's servant, his name would definitely be removed from the deity race. You still need to consider this? Then go on your way, Gu Fei's clone said. He didn't have much patience. This so-called forefather of the deity race could barely be his servant with his cultivation and combat strength. Don't. I'm willing. I'm willing. At this moment, Forefather Yu Qiong's golden divine bone was about to rush out of his body. He had no choice but to agree. In the end, his life was more important. As long as he didn't die, everything was still possible. Haha, very well. Gu Fei's clone directly pointed a finger. A ball of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand. It instantly shot towards Forefather Yu Qiong and directly entered his forehead. What? Ancestor Yu Qiong was shocked. In the next moment, he felt like his soul had been shackled. However, this feeling disappeared very quickly, as if nothing had happened at all. Forefather Yu Qiong had lived for countless years and even experienced the darkest period of the ancestral god realm. He knew that from now on, he might really become Yi Futian's servant. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone laughed and directly waved his right hand. The mountain and river cauldron floating in the void immediately flew back to him. It quickly shrunk and landed in his right hand. Forefather Yu Qiong only felt his body lighten. The terrifying power that was suppressing him immediately disappeared. He circulated his divine power, and the wounds on his body quickly healed. He stood up and directly opened a storage space that he had refined. He took out a set of clean clothes and quickly put them on. He then hurriedly went in front of Gu Fei's clone. Yu Qiong greets Master. Forefather Yu Qiong directly knelt in front of Gu Fei's clone, who was holding the mountain and river cauldron. All right, get up. From now on, you will be like them and do your best to work for me. I won't mistreat you. Gu Fei's clone pointed at the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two stone devils and said, What? They are also Master's servants? Yu Qiong was shocked to see this. One should know that if he didn't use the Golden God's bone, any one of the three stone devils could easily take his life. An existence that could use the power of the extreme way, even if he wanted to kill a quasi-supreme, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Thinking of this, Yu Qiong's forehead was covered in sweat. Who exactly is Master to be able to subdue such powerful demons? Master shouldn't be a demon. The God race and the devil race were born to be sworn enemies. In the past, when there was still a passageway between the two realms, and when the God race and devil race in the ancestor God realm and the chaos devil world could still communicate with each other, the two great races were already fighting endlessly. If the God race and the demons in the ancestral God realm and the chaos demon realm could live in harmony, there wouldn't have been such an earth-shattering war. Of course, Gu Fei's clone wouldn't care about these things. What he cared about was his own strength. He wanted to nurture his own forces in the ancestral God realm. In that case, he would start with old ancestor Yu Qiong of the deity race. Get up. Why are you still kneeling? Gu Fei's clone glanced at old ancestor Yu Qiong, who was kneeling in front of him, and said, Yes, Master. Old ancestor Yu Qiong quickly stood up. He didn't want to bow and scrape to please others, but he had no choice. If he didn't, he would be dead for sure. An ambitious and ruthless person like Yu Qiong could endure humiliation and what others couldn't. His will was incomparably firm, and his will to survive was stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an ambitious and ruthless person. Your deity race should forget about the immortal Medicine Ridge. It's a place that belongs to Tsang Quebec, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Yes, it belongs to whoever Master says it belongs to. Yu Qiong lowered his head and said. He didn't dare to look at Gu Fei's clone. His words had a hidden meaning. Only Gu Fei could decide who the immortal Medicine Ridge belonged to. Tsang Ke used to be a supreme god ancestor. How could he not understand Yu Qiong's hidden meaning? However, he didn't say anything. His face was calm, and he didn't show any expression. This made Yu Qiong a little disappointed. He was trying to sow discord. However, in the next moment, Yu Qiong flew out as if he was hit by something. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Don't play tricks in front of me. Understand? Gu Fei's clone looked at old ancestor Yu Qiong coldly and said, If Tsang Ke could understand Yu Qiong's hidden meaning, so could he. Yes, Master. I won't do it again. Old ancestor Yu Qiong quickly wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said in fear, All right, let's go out. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he immediately turned around and walked towards the ancestral god realm outside the primal chaos. The instant he walked out of the primal chaos void, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere outside seemed a little strange. Chapter 3401. What Song Ke couldn't handle was settled by Gu Fei's doppelganger. The old ancestor of the deity race, Yu Qiong, was defeated by Gu Fei's doppelganger. In order to survive, he was willing to be Gu Fei's servant and follow Gu Fei's orders. Therefore, Gu Fei's doppelganger placed a restrictive spell on Yu Qiong's spirit. If the old ancestor of the deity race disobeyed his orders, he could kill him with just a thought. Therefore, Gu Fei's doppelganger was not worried that Yu Qiong would betray him unless he was tired of living and wanted to die. With Yu Qiong's temperament, he would not be so stupid as to want to die. In fact, the longer one lived, the more afraid they were of death. When Gu Fei's doppelganger brought everyone out of the chaos, they found that it was extremely quiet outside. There was not a single cultivator in the entire immortal medicine ridge. What's going on? Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked to see this scene. Where did the demon god go? Shouldn't he be guarding the immortal medicine ridge? The demon god who was supposed to be guarding the immortal medicine ridge was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there seemed to be a murderous aura shrouding the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's doppelganger felt that something was wrong. Boom. Just when everyone was bewildered, a loud noise was heard. Suddenly, a huge tentacle broke through the void above everyone's head and directly entangled them. On the huge tentacle, there were suction cups that were even bigger than small mountains. There were also extremely sharp teeth growing in the suction cups. If one was entangled by the tentacle, even if one did not die, a layer of skin would be torn off. This is Yu Qiong, who had just been subdued by Gu Fei's doppelganger, was shocked to see the tentacle that suddenly broke through the void and rushed out. He seemed to know the origin of the tentacle. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger raised his head and looked up. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a series of extremely sharp sword lights immediately rushed out of his hand. In an instant, it turned into a shocking sword rainbow and pierced through the tentacle that was as big as a mountain ridge. A chilling sword energy spread out. Song Ke and Yu Qiong, who were behind Gu Fei, immediately felt a chill in their faces. It was as if someone was holding a sword to their throats. Song Ke and the others were shocked when they saw this. It was only a clone of Gu Fei, yet it possessed such a powerful battle prowess. It had truly exceeded their expectations. In fact, what they didn't know was that Gu Fei's doppelganger was a different kind of existence. Unlike ordinary doppelgangers, his doppelgangers could achieve self-growth and metamorphosis. Gu Fei's doppelganger could unleash 70 to 80% of his true strength. The sword light pierced through the tentacles that were as thick as a mountain ridge. Each sword light that penetrated through the tentacles brought with it a blob of purple divine blood. The purple divine blood rained down from the sky as if it was raining divine blood. Naturally, Gu Fei's doppelganger, Song Ke, and the others would not be drenched by the purple blood rain. A divine shield emerged from their bodies and blocked the purple blood rain that was falling from the sky. As for the three gargoyle demons, they were directly drenched by the purple blood rain. The pure divine power contained in the purple blood rain was directly refined and absorbed by them. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger looked up into the sky with a solemn expression. Rumble. That incomparably huge tentacle retracted, but the void was collapsing and collapsing. A figure that was even larger than a mountain broke through the void and entered this world. Soon, a huge black shadow appeared high up in the sky, blocking the entire sky. What? At this moment, even Song Ke's expression changed. The huge existence in the sky was actually a huge octopus monster. Its tentacles fell from the sky and danced in the void. It's the Earth Spirit Clan. Old ancestor Yu Qiong exclaimed in shock. On the back of the giant octopus, there were actually black mountains. On those mountains, there were pitch-black caves, and from each cave, an incomparably powerful aura could be felt. The Earth Spirit Clan liked to live in caves. They were a race that walked underground. But without a doubt, the Earth Spirit Clan was definitely one of the most powerful races in the entire Eastern continent. At this time, the Earth Spirit Clan's experts suddenly appeared in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The other party's intention was obvious. Scram. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the octopus monster in the sky and said, his voice spread far and wide, "Young man, you're too arrogant. At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave on the octopus monster's back. It was a tall, middle-aged man. "So what if I'm arrogant? What can you do to me?" Gu-Fei's doppelganger looked at the middle-aged man and said disdainfully, "Presumptuous." The middle-aged man's gaze turned sharp. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu-Fei's doppelganger. A powerful pressure emanated from his body and suppressed Gu-Fei's doppelganger. Quasi-supreme. Gu-Fei's doppelganger was a little surprised. This fellow was actually a quasi-supreme. No wonder he dared to plot against the immortal Medicine Ridge. "Little fella, die." The quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan didn't hesitate. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at Gu-Fei's doppelganger. The strength of a quasi-supreme surged from his body. However, Gu-Fei's doppelganger laughed at this moment. Just as the quasi-supreme's right hand was about to grab Gu-Fei's doppelganger, a huge hand suddenly stretched out from the side. Bam! A muffled collision sound was heard. The quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan and the person next to Gu-Fei's doppelganger clashed. Neither of them gained the upper hand. The two experts each took a few steps back. "Who are you?" The quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and asked coldly. The person who blocked the quasi-supreme's attack was Quebec. Of course, even if he didn't make a move, the quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan wouldn't have been able to injure Gu-Fei's doppelganger. Quebec, K directly said his name. At his cultivation level, there was no need for him to hide anything. K, the one who was said to have died in the Chaos Demon realm. The quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect K to still be alive and had even returned. At least you have some eyesight," K said coldly. Roar. Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from the depths of the mountain range in the distance. Then, with a bang, the entire mountain range instantly turned into dust and completely disappeared from this world. At the same time, two extremely powerful auras came from afar. The eyes of Gu-Fei's doppelganger immediately lit up when he sensed the two auras. One of the two guys who were fighting was the demon god. Obviously, the other party was trying to lure the demon god away and occupy the immortal Medicine Ridge. One had to admit that the Earth Spirit Clan's plan was not bad. However, the plan was dead while the people were alive. Whether they could succeed or not depended on their luck. At that moment, more experts from the Earth Spirit Clan appeared on the back of the octopus monster. Almost all of them were looking at the two experts below nervously. Kill. Without saying too much, that quasi-supreme of the Earth Spirit Clan continued to attack. Boundless Earth essence gathered, and an extremely terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Gu-Fei's doppelganger only felt his body tighten. The Earth essence chi turned into divine chains and wrapped around him tightly. Roar. Gu-Fei's doppelganger roared towards the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread out and the entire void shook. Visible transparent ripples spread out in all directions. The divine chains that were wrapped around his body immediately crumbled. Rumble. The pitch-black spatial cracks were like black lightning bolts, wreaking havoc in all directions. The Earth Spirit Clan's expert was the first to bear the brunt of the sound wave and was forced to take a dozen steps back. He was inexplicably shocked. The little guy's cultivation was obviously lower than his, but the combat strength he had displayed was extremely abnormal. How could this be? The quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan was very curious. Swoosh. At that moment, the figure of Gu-Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. Bang! A fist punched out from the void and hit one of the Earth Spirit Clan's patriarchs, sending him flying. You! The Earth Spirit Clan's expert was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. After he stabilized his body, his left eye swelled up. The punch just now had landed on his right eye. You what? Take another punch from me. Gu-Fei's doppelganger's voice came out of the void. As he spoke, his fist suddenly came out of the void again. This time, although the Earth Spirit Clan's expert was prepared, he was still punched in the right eye by Gu-Fei's doppelganger. Roar. The Earth Spirit Clan's expert roared continuously. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Even the cultivators who were thousands of miles away could hear his roar. At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger was still fused with the void around him. Not even the Earth Spirit Clan's expert could sense his existence. This was the power of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Soon, the handsome quasi-supreme from the deity clan was beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Song Ke and old ancestor Yu Qiong were shocked to see this. One had to know that the Earth Spirit Clan's expert was one of the best. If Gu Fei's doppelganger were to offend him, there would be endless troubles in the future. Chapter 3402. As the ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan, by Wu, he was really unlucky today. He was beaten into a pig's head. If this got out, it would shake the entire east continent of the ancestral god realm. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone came and went like a ghost. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan, by Wu, lost his temper. Bang! A fist quickly enlarged in by Wu's eyes. It directly smashed into his nose. Gotcha! A sound rang out. His towering nose immediately caved in. Blood splattered. How dare you hit my face? The ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan, by Wu, was about to go crazy. The other party was too despicable. He was deliberately trying to make him lose face in front of others. This was too evil. Bai Wu spat out a few teeth that had been knocked out. Haha, I'll hit your face. What do you think? Gu Fei's doppelganger silently appeared in front of Bai Wu. He said while laughing, looking at the other party's swollen face. He was very happy. He was ruthless enough. One had to know. This kind of injury was not easy to heal. Because it was a great Dao injury. He gathered powerful Dao energy on his fist. It was a great Dao injury on Bai Wu's body. It wouldn't recover without a period of rest. I'll fight you to the death. Bai Wu was furious. His nose had been smashed. He looked very ferocious with blood all over his face. I don't want to fight you to the death. Little ones, I'll leave this guy to you. Gu Fei's clone said and flashed to the side. Then he took out a chair and sat down in the void. Then, out of nowhere, he took out a jade plate. There were many celestial fruits on the jade plate. He sat on the chair, holding the jade plate, eating the celestial fruits. He was ready to watch the show. Seeing how the other party was looking down on him, Bai Wu was shocked and angry at the same time. At this moment, 3 powerful demonic shadows were already closing in on him. Demon. When he saw that it was the 3 great demons who were closing in on him, he frowned. Bai Wu ignored the pain on his face. Because he could sense something from the 3 devil shadows. He felt a strong murderous aura. That person was eating immortal fruits at the side. The guy who was leisurely watching the show didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he didn't know how many times he had died just now. However, Bai Wu was very clear. These 3 powerful demons had treated him as prey. At this moment, the Kraken, which is many times bigger than a mountain, is still hovering in the sky. The octopus was carrying a black mountain on its back. There were many cave dwellings on those black mountains. Some of the cave abodes were astonishing. He was actually breathing in and out the yin and yang energies. Moreover, not to mention the big shots on the back of the Kraken. The Kraken itself is an unimaginably powerful existence. The combat power of the octopus. He was definitely not weaker than Bai Wu. Such a powerful existence. He was actually willing to carry these guys who were weaker than him. This made Gu Fei's clone very surprised. One had to know. This was a world where the strong were respected. Do you want to gang up on me? Bai Wu said in a deep voice. His eyes that were so swollen that he almost couldn't open them shone with a bright light. Humph. So what if we gang up on you? That's right. Can't we gang up on you? Why are you talking so much with this guy? Let's do it. This guy seems to be okay. Devouring his divine Dao source. It will definitely increase our power. The Chaos Demon Ape, Supreme Een Demon Spider, and Dragon Head Demon didn't seem to put this ancestor of the Earth Spirit race in their eyes. A powerful demonic aura erupted from their bodies. The entire world instantly darkened. The wind and clouds changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. The aura of the 3 demonic experts affected the weather of this area. You all. Very good. Bai Wu was furious. Did these people really think of him as a sick cat? How preposterous. He could forget about that guy just now. But now even these 3 guys dared to look down on him. He didn't want to kill these 3 guys. It was really hard to get rid of the hatred in his heart. At this moment, in the mountains far away, the demon god and another expert of the earth spirit race were fighting fiercely. The entire mountain was shaking. Divine rainbow-like lights kept rushing out from inside. The entire mountain was shrouded in smoke and dust. 2 waves of power were reloading. That was the power of an ancestor. It was earth-shattering. This battle was earth-shattering. The entire mountain ridge had been destroyed beyond recognition. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal medicine ridge, they wouldn't be able to protect it. Ancestor-level existences were so powerful. They were all quasi-supreme existences. Of course, there were also half-step quasi-supreme beings who called themselves ancestors, like Yu Qiong of the deity race. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 stone demons also attacked. I should have beaten him long ago. Gu Fei's clone was lying on a chair. He directly grabbed an immortal fruit and threw it into his mouth. Boom. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape let out a strange cry. It directly clashed with the ancestor of the Earth Spirit race, Bai Wu. The 2 figures instantly separated. Then, they quickly moved in the air. The Supreme Demon Spider also attacked. A black net was like a black cloud. It directly enveloped Bai Wu. It wanted to trap him in the net. Buzz. A sword hum came from Bai Wu's body. After that, a sword light instantly rushed out from his body. It directly tore open a long hole in the huge net that was enveloping them. Swish. Bai Wu directly turned into a ray of divine light. He rushed out of the big net. However, Bai Wu had just rushed out of the big net. A fist directly smashed towards him. It fiercely hit his head. Roar. Bai Wu roared. He directly fell back into the big net. Kill. The Chaos Demon Ape directly attacked Bai Wu, who had fallen into the big net. He spat out a mouthful of demonic fire. That mouthful of demonic fire instantly turned into a monstrous fire. It instantly annihilated Bai Wu. You want to kill me with this kind of method? Dream on. Bai Wu's incomparably arrogant voice came out from the demonic fire. However, very soon, Bai Wu could not be happy. The Supreme Demon Spider had used a big move. A wave of power of the moon suddenly exploded. In an instant, it froze 10,000 miles. And Bai Wu bore the brunt of it. He was directly frozen by the great Demon Spider's power of Yin. The air froze. Stinky spider. Even Lousy is frozen. A wave of divine will spread out. After that, boom, there was a loud sound. A figure broke through the ice. He directly rushed out of the frozen space. The extreme power of the extreme demon spider was too strong. Even the demonic fire of the Chaos Demon Ape was frozen. This caused everyone who saw this scene to be shocked. That dragon head demon saw the opportunity early. He dodged in time. He was not affected at all. The body of the Chaos Demon Ape that rushed out of the ice was covered in ice. His body trembled. Immediately, the ice shards kept falling down. Haha, Gu Fei's clone was overjoyed when he saw this. Rumble. At this moment, the frozen space began to tremble. Cracks appeared on the solid ice. The sealed Bai Wu actually wanted to break out of the seal. Quick, let's attack together. Let's completely seal this guy. The middle-aged man transformed from the Supreme Demon Spider shouted at the Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon Head Demon. The Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon Head Demon hurriedly nodded. Then, he directly used his strongest divine ability. 9 demonic tattoos appeared on their bodies. 9 demonic marks rushed out from their bodies. It flew towards the frozen Bai Wu to suppress him. The 3 gargoyle demons attacked with all their might. With the power of the 3 great demonic path experts, they wanted to seal the Bai Wu. In fact, they could indeed do it. However, just as the Bai Wu was about to be frozen by the 3 gargoyle demons, a ray of divine light suddenly descended from the sky. It directly landed on the frozen space. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The void that had been sealed by the ice directly exploded. The divine light dissipated. A figure appeared in the divine light. A powerful force of the extreme path spread out from the figure. It directly pushed the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 devils back. What? The three gargoyle demons were shocked. When they stopped retreating, they focused and looked. They were shocked again, because they were pushed back. The person who saved the Bai Wu. It was a young man, a white-clothed young man. Who needs you to save me? The Bai Wu walked out of the frozen space. Seeing that the person who saved him was the white-clothed young man, his expression immediately became ugly. Father, don't try to be brave. The white-clothed young man said with a smile. Hearing the white-clothed young man's words, the three gargoyle demons were even more shocked. This guy was actually the old man's son. His son was much stronger than his father. What did you say? You mean that I, your father, can't do it? The Bai Wu's expression became even uglier. No. How could my son think like that? The white-clothed young man still said with a smile. Humph. You don't say that. But you definitely think that in your heart. Bai Wu said angrily. Sigh. The white-clothed young man sighed. He didn't say anything else. In case he made more mistakes. His father's temper. He still didn't know. It was just that he was stronger than him. It just made him lose face. Logically speaking, the son was stronger than the father. The old man should be happy. But Bai Wu didn't think so. The son is stronger than the father. Interesting. Gu Fei's clone, who was watching the show, muttered to himself. Go away. I don't need your help, Bai Wu said as he strode forward. He wanted to continue fighting the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two gargoyle demons. Father, you fought for so long. It's time to go back and rest. The white-clothed young man didn't retreat. Instead, he said such words. You, Bai Wu was furious. His hands were shaking. All of you come together. The Chaos Demon Ape stared at the white-clothed young man. He said coldly. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted from his body. That's right. Take down the father and son together. The middle-aged man, transformed from the great demonic spider, said with a solemn expression. You. Chapter 3403. The Chaos Demonic Ape and the other two demons did not seem to take Bai Wu and his son seriously. Bai Wu was enraged by their arrogant attitude. These three devils were simply too detestable. However, Bai Wu's son smiled at the Chaos Demonic Ape and the other two demons. He did not say anything, nor did he get angry. My son is more patient than I am. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was sitting on a chair and eating a celestial fruit, murmured to himself. The young man's cultivation and combat strength were very strong. At least, he was much stronger than his father. Demons should be killed by everyone. The young man in white took a step forward and disappeared into the void in an instant. The Chaos Demonic Ape sensed danger in the next moment. He moved to the right without thinking. Almost at the same time, a light blade appeared in the void without warning and fell on the Chaos Demonic Ape. Although the Chaos Demonic Ape's reaction was fast, one of his sleeves was still cut by the light blade. This surprised him greatly. You want to kill me? You are not qualified. The Chaos Demonic Ape sneered. At the same time, he punched the void. The void, which seemed to be empty, suddenly rippled like water. A figure directly fell out of the void. This person was Bai Wu's son. Many people look down on me. Those who look down on me are all killed by me in the end. The young man in white looked at the three stone demons who were approaching him step by step. He was still very calm. This guy is very arrogant. Gu Fei's doppelganger heard the words of the young man in white. He could not help but think more highly of this expert from the Earth Spirit clan. This guy was definitely a formidable person. You talk too much. Kill. The middle-aged man who was transformed from the demon spider shouted. He waved his right hand, and a pitch-black net flew out from his hand. It instantly enveloped the entire void. A chilly aura immediately spread out, and the void seemed to solidify. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have been frozen by the chilly power emitted from the demon net. However, the young man in white was not an ordinary cultivator. Swoosh! Suddenly, two beams of divine light shot out from the white-robed youth's eyes. One was black and the other was white. This was the yin-yang divine force. The sword light formed by the yin-yang divine force was incomparably sharp. As the sword light flashed, two large holes appeared in the demon spider's web. This The great demon spider was shocked. This fellow had actually broken through its great demon net so easily. This fellow's battle prowess was definitely above its own. Even if it wasn't, it was on par with it. Two streaks of yin-yang sword light shot out from the white-robed young man's eyes. After piercing through the great demon spider's great demon web, they shot towards the great demon spider. Freeze! The demon spider roared angrily, and a surge of extreme power erupted from its body. In the next moment, the two streaks of yin and yang sword light that had pierced through the air stopped in midair. The yin and yang sword light was actually frozen by the extreme yin power that erupted from the great demon spider's body. The great demon spider threw a punch forward, and the two streaks of yin and yang sword light immediately shattered into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, the white-robed youth could not help but be surprised. These three demons were not as weak as he had thought. It should be known that not everyone could use the extreme yin power. At this moment, the middle-aged man that the great demon spider had transformed into emitted an extremely terrifying yin aura. The space around him seemed to be frozen. The chaos demon ape and the dragon head demon were not too close to the great demon spider. The power of the ice seal surged towards the white-clothed young man from all directions in an attempt to freeze him. However, everyone knew that it wasn't an easy task to freeze this white-clothed young man. Boom! As the cold air approached, the white-robed youth's body emitted a divine light of yin and yang. The power of yin and yang intertwined and actually blocked the mighty power of yin. However, even though he had blocked the extreme yin chill, the space around him was frozen by the extreme yin chill, and there was still cold air attacking his body. At this moment, the chaos demon ape charged over. This demon ape was extremely ferocious, and the aura that erupted from its body was extremely powerful. Boom! With just a punch, the chaos demon ape directly smashed the frozen space around the white-robed youth into pieces. Its fist that was surrounded by demonic flames directly smashed towards the white-robed youth. What? When the white-robed youth saw this, he could not help but be shocked. The demonic power that emanated from the opponent's fist was too powerful. Even a demonic mountain would not be able to withstand this punch. Bam! There was a muffled sound. The chaos demon ape's fist did not land on the white-robed young man's face. Instead, it landed on his arms. The violent impact shattered the white-robed young man's sleeves. The white-robed youth was sent flying by the punch, and he was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away. Damn it! The white-robed youth felt as though his arms were about to break. It was extremely painful, but the bones in his arms did not break. He actually managed to block the chaos demon ape's punch. Little fella, your bones are really tough. The chaos demon ape laughed as it took a step forward in the void. With just one step, it had already caught up with the white-robed youth who was sent flying backward. Then, it threw another punch. Without any suspense, the white-robed youth was once again sent flying by the chaos demon ape's punch. Who was the chaos demon ape? It was a group of demons that specialized in strength. The chaos demon ape was very surprised that the white-robed youth was able to take a punch from the chaos demon ape. Whoosh! Just as the chaos demon ape sent the white-robed youth flying again, the dragon head demon finally made its move. A beam of demonic light shot out from its hand and pierced through the white-robed youth who was sent flying backward. Within the demonic light, one could vaguely see a battle spear vaguely. Yin and yang rotation, change of heaven and earth. The white-robed youth roared furiously and immediately displayed the yin and yang magic that he had cultivated. The power of yin and yang surged from his body and evolved into a black and white yin-yang diagram. This is Gu Fei's clone, who was leisurely watching the battle from the sidelines, could not help but be surprised when he saw the white-robed youth's magic. With his eyesight, he could naturally see through the white-robed youth's move. Then, the void around the white-robed youth began to ripple. All the killing moves that were coming at him were all shifted away by the power of yin and yang. This magic, the eyes of Gu Fei's clone lit up. The magic that the white-robed youth displayed was similar to the chaotic reversal, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Die! Without any hesitation, the 3 golem demons charged together. Three extreme demonic powers erupted at the same time, and the powerful impact caused the void to constantly crack open pitch-black spatial fissures that resembled lightning bolts. Rumble. The three golem demons were getting serious. The void around them constantly exploded, only to be repaired by the power of the world. Ganging up on me? Your grandpa is here. Come, come, come. Let's fight to the death again. Bai Wu was worried that his son would not be able to handle it. After all, it was 1 against 3. No matter how powerful his son was, he still had to be cautious. As he spoke, Bai Wu had already made his move. Powerful extreme-grade divine power erupted from his body as he directly attacked the dragon head demon. The powerful force sealed the void in a corner of the world, sealing off all of the dragon head demon's escape routes. The dragon head demon had no other choice but to fight Bai Wu. Powerful energy waves spread out in all directions, causing everything to tremble. The aura of extreme Tao spread out, causing countless living beings to panic to the extreme. I can handle it, the white-robed youth said. Don't talk nonsense, let's fight. The chaos demon ape roared angrily. He immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared into the void at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, his fist had already smashed into the white-robed youth's face. Roar! The white-robed youth roared angrily. Chapter 3404. The consequences of a wrong estimation were very serious. The expert of the Earth Spirit Clan, Bai Chen, was really too conceited. He thought that he could fight against 3 gargoyle demons at the same time. However, he did not know that the 3 gargoyle demons were already demon sovereigns in the demon world before they were refined into gargoyle demons by the ancestor of the god-slaying demon palace. After being refined into gargoyle demons by the ancestor of the god-slaying demon palace, they were even controlled by the ancestor of the god-slaying demon palace and fought everywhere for him. It could be said that the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 gargoyle demons were terrifying demons that had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They had rich battle experience and were definitely not something that Bai Chun could compare to. Haha, little fellow, do you know how powerful I am? The Chaos Demon Ape stared at Bai Chun and laughed. His eyes flickered. He was no longer a pure puppet. His divine soul that had sunk into depravity was gradually recovering. It was the same for the Supreme Demon Spider and the Dragonhead Demon. Back then, they were refined into gargoyle demons by the ancestor of the god-slaying demon palace and barely retained a wisp of their divine soul. Even so, the strand of soul was in a deep slumber. It was only because Gu Fei had awakened the sleeping strand of soul with a secret technique that they regained their independent consciousness. They were very grateful to Gu Fei. You guys are pretending to be pigs to eat tigers? Bai Chun stared fiercely at the Chaos Demon Ape and said while gritting his teeth, TSK, we're just playing with you. Do you really think that we see you as a real opponent? The Chaos Demon Ape said disdainfully. This little fellow thinks too highly of himself and overestimates himself, said Tyren. He was the human form of the great Demon Spider. Ever since he followed Gu Fei, no one knew where he found a set of Taoist clothes. The dragon head demon had transformed into a black-clothed man. This guy had a fierce face, a full beard, and eyes the size of copper bells. With such a dignified appearance, he could definitely scare a child to tears. Why are you talking so much? Do you guys still want to play? Master didn't ask us to come here to play, the dragon head demon said in a low voice. Hearing the dragon head demon's words, the expressions of Tyren and the Chaos Demon Ape turned solemn. At this moment, Bai Wu stood beside Bai Chen. All right, I'm done playing. I'll send you and your son on your way. The Chaos Demon Ape stared at the 2 experts from the Earth Spirit Clan and said in a deep voice. Then, a terrifying murderous aura exploded from his body. The murderous aura was vast and mighty, and the temperature of the entire void rapidly dropped under the impact of the murderous aura. The great demon spider transformed into a Thai-human, and the dragon head devil transformed into a ferocious-looking strong man also emitted a shocking, killing intent. The 3 great demons stared at the Bai Wu father and son pair. This should have happened long ago. In the distant sky, Gu Fei's clone spoke. He sat on a chair and ate immortal fruits, leisurely watching the show. At this moment, Song-K couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. He also wanted to see how strong the three gargoyles were. The three gargoyles were serious. Three figures shrouded in demonic light directly pressed towards the Bai Wu father and son pair. The entire void seemed to solidify. The chaos demon ape and the other's strength seemed to have merged together. The powerful coercion caused the surrounding void to collapse and be annihilated continuously. It was terrifying. At this moment, the Bai Wu father and son pair looked incomparably solemn. The cultivation and strength of the three demons had far exceeded their expectations. Die! The chaos demon ape roared angrily. Just as he was about to attack, an incomparably huge tentacle suddenly fell from the sky and entangled the three gargoyles. What? The chaos demon ape and the others were inexplicably shocked. They hurriedly dodged the tentacle. There were countless suckers on the huge tentacle, and the suckers were filled with incomparably sharp teeth. If they were entangled by such a tentacle, the consequences would be unimaginable. The chaos demon ape and the others hurriedly scattered. The octopus monster was attacking. Powerful waves of divine power swept across the sky. Many powerful figures appeared on the mountain ridges on the back of the octopus monster. The people of the Earth Spirit clan are really strange. They actually live in a cave. Earth Spirit, the creatures under the earth? Gu-Fei's doppelganger muttered to himself. The octopus monster of the Earth Spirit clan was simply a huge moving battle platform. None of the figures on the back of the octopus monster was weak. All of them emitted an incomparably tyrannical aura. Humph! With us here, how can we allow you demons to hurt our clansmen? An old voice came down from the sky. Humph! If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The chaos demon ape revealed his arrogance. He directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the mountain ridges on the back of the octopus monster. In an instant, he arrived in the sky. I'll send you on your way with one punch. The chaos demon ape roared and directly punched the mountain ridges on the back of the octopus monster. The power of the extreme Tao erupted. Rumble. The entire world trembled. Even the octopus monster was affected. Feeling the danger, it instinctively reacted. 8 tentacles that were as long as the mountain ridges danced in the air, then entangled the chaos demon ape. One of the tentacles seemed to have turned into a demonic spear, piercing towards the chaos demon ape. Boom! The chaos demon ape's fist collided with the tentacle that had pierced through it, and a dull thunder-like sound erupted. At the same time, the remaining 7 tentacles were about to entangle the chaos demon ape. A mass of demonic light rushed out of the chaos demon ape's body. This mass of demonic light instantly enveloped the chaos demon ape. Above the demonic light, there were demonic runes faintly appearing and intertwining. The 7 huge tentacles immediately submerged the mass of demonic light. However, in the next moment, a mass of demonic light broke through the 7 tentacles and rushed out. Roar! The chaos demon ape broke free from the tentacles, then roared towards the sky. Its voice shook the sky, then it spat out a weapon. It was an embroidery needle-like object. However, the green embroidery needle-like object quickly grew in size, finally turning into a long green rod. This rod was refined from demonic path black gold. It was a powerful demonic treasure. The chaos demon ape stretched out its right hand and directly grabbed the black gold rod. Then, it raised the rod with both hands and smashed it towards the mountain ridges on the back of the octopus monster. The black gold rod moved quickly in the void. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated. Moreover, when the black gold rod smashed down, the rod rapidly grew in size. Like a pillar supporting the sky, it smashed towards the octopus monster. The octopus monster's 8 tentacles blocked upwards, but this time, when the black gold rod fell, the octopus monster's 8 tentacles were instantly shattered into countless pieces. What? The Earth Spirit Clan experts on the back of the octopus monster were taken aback when they saw this scene. The sky was actually raining blood. That was the octopus monster's divine blood. At this time, the black gold rod in the chaos demon ape's hand was still smashing down. It was about to smash the octopus monster and the mountain ridges on its back. However, at this crucial moment, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the azurewood magic wand that was about to smash down. The Chaos Demon Ape only felt the black gold rod in its hand vibrate. The huge hand actually blocked the black gold rod that was smashing down. How is this possible? At this moment, a figure appeared in the void. It was an old man in black. The old man's hair and beard were all white, but his face was rosy and full of vitality. He seemed to casually wave the hand that grabbed the black gold rod, and the Chaos Demon Ape was sent flying with the black gold rod. How is this possible? The Tai-een demon spider in human form and the dragon head devil in human form were inexplicably shocked when they saw this scene. They were well aware of the Chaos Demon Ape's combat strength, but none of them expected that the Chaos Demon Ape would be so easily shaken off. This is starting to get interesting. Although Gu Fei's avatar was a little surprised to see this, he did not show too much of an expression. He had no intention of making a move and continued to watch the show. Roar! After the Chaos Demon Ape steadied himself, he couldn't help but roar at the sky. Then, he directly attacked the old man with the black gold rod in his hand. He was extremely ferocious. A violent aura erupted from the Chaos Demon Ape's body. "Little guy, are you courting death?" The old voice sounded again. The person who spoke was the white-haired old man with a youthful complexion. "How arrogant! Let's see if you have the ability to kill me." The Chaos Demon Ape did not stop. He waved the black gold rod in his hand and let out a strange cry. Then, he swung the rod at the old man's head. However, a scene that shocked the Chaos Demon Ape happened. The old man punched upwards and collided with the black gold rod that the Chaos Demon Ape had swung down. With a dull thud, the Chaos Demon Ape felt an irresistible force coming from the black gold rod in his hand. The black gold rod shook off the Chaos Demon Ape. In the next moment, the old man's figure disappeared into the void. At this moment, Song Ke, who was standing beside Gu Fei, also disappeared. Boom! Two figures collided in the void. Then, they dashed out of the void and moved quickly in the sky. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape was dumbfounded. The person who saved him was Song Quebec. Song Ke was extremely experienced in combat. As soon as the old man disappeared, he also disappeared. The old man's speed was too fast, but Song Ke's speed was not slow either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop him. Chapter 3405. When the Baiwu father and son were in danger, an old man from the Earth Spirit clan made a move in time and deterred the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two Demon Clan's experts. The Chaos Demon Ape and the other two were no match for the old man from the Earth Spirit clan. The old man even grabbed the Chaos Demon Ape's green staff and flung it away. Song Ke had no choice but to make a move. Gu Fei's clone was still watching from the side. He could not just watch the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two get killed by the old man from the Earth Spirit clan. The two figures moved quickly in the void. Both Song Ke and the old man were extremely fast. Those below the level of an ancestor could not see them. These two fellas. Many people were watching the battle in the sky. The news of Song Ke taking back the immortal medicine ridge had spread long ago. The impact of this battle was also very big. After all, both sides had used the power of the extreme path. The aura of the extreme path spread for thousands of miles. It was impossible not to startle people. The cultivators near the immortal medicine ridge were all alarmed. Some of them ran away as far as they could. On the other hand, some experts were extremely excited. A battle between experts of this level was hard to come by. Since they had encountered it, they naturally would not miss it. However, only existences at the level of an ancestor were qualified to watch the battle. Only they could see Song Ke and the old man from the Earth Spirit clan. Boom! The chaotic golden rock's power exploded. Song Ke was using his ultimate move. Endless divine power spread out, and a chaotic golden rock that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the sky. The chaotic golden rock spread its wings, and the surrounding void collapsed. The vast divine power of the chaotic golden rock destroyed the void and crushed everything, turning this part of the world into chaos. At the same time, A heaven-devouring power spread out from the chaotic golden rock's body and pulled the old man from the Earth Spirit clan over. Song-K, the old man allowed the heaven-devouring power to pull him over, but his eyes were extremely sharp. When he arrived in front of the chaotic golden rock, he slapped it with his palm unhurriedly. The old man's palm strike caused the golden crow in front of him to immediately crumble and turn into streaks of chaotic golden rock chi. A powerful figure walked out from within the boundless divine power. Bam! Song-K clashed head-on with the old man, and the two figures separated quickly. Then, they stopped in the void and stood opposite each other. "Old man, you're still alive?" Song-K stared at the old man in front of him with a trace of shock on his face. He finally recognized the old man. He was a peerless figure from the Earth Spirit clan. This peerless character was practically invincible in the entire Eastern continent. He was even able to contend against the geniuses from the Central continent. He was one of the strongest existences in the entire ancestral god realm at that time. However, this person suddenly disappeared when he was at the peak of his life. Some people said that he was defeated and died, while others said that he did not die and he just went into seclusion. There were many legends about this person, but no one knew which one was true and which one was false. The people from the Earth Spirit clan did not mention a word about this person. For some unknown reason, this person was regarded as a taboo by the Earth Spirit clan, and the clansmen were not allowed to talk about this person. However, this person had appeared again. If Song-K had not seen this person before, he might not have recognized this person. I can't believe that the little guy from back then has become the ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. The new generation really excels the old one. The old man sighed. "You were such a hero back then. How did you become like this?" Song-K looked at the old man in disbelief. Back then, this person's name could intimidate many heroes and make many ambitious and ruthless people bow down to him. But now, this person had actually turned into a skinny old man. This change was simply too big. Back then, Xiong Tian was such a hero. Of course, in the current world, the name Xiong Tian had been forgotten. In the current world, there were not many people who still remembered this name. The world is unpredictable. Anything can happen in this world. What's so strange about it? Xiong Tian, an expert of the Earth Spirit clan, said indifferently. Xiong Tian, Xiongba Tian, this name could not be used by anyone. Now, Xiong Tian had become a small old man. However, his combat strength was still so strong that Song-K, who was once a supreme god ancestor, felt great pressure. Really? Even heroes have their twilight. It's no wonder. Let me send you on your way. What do you think? Song-K smiled. You? Xiong Tian smiled. This little guy actually wanted to kill me. If it was me in the past, this little guy would have died many times. Stop talking nonsense, you two. Hurry up and fight. At this time, a voice was heard from afar. When Song-K heard this voice, he knew that it was Gu Fei's doppelganger who spoke. It turned out that Gu Fei's doppelganger was getting impatient. These two fellows kept fighting and stopping. How long would it take for a victor to be decided? Swoosh! Song-K disappeared in the void. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already in front of old man Xiong Tian. He threw a punch at old man Xiong Tian. Boom! Song-K's fist emitted a dazzling chaotic golden light. The void was directly shattered and destroyed. This punch seemed to be able to destroy everything. Interesting. Old man Xiong Tian immediately retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air that hadn't dissipated yet. However, Song-K's fist followed him and continued to smash towards old man Xiong Tian. The chaotic golden rock divine power exploded and shattered the void. Little guy, not bad. You can hit me with a little more strength. Old man Xiong Tian said expressionlessly. He was still retreating and did not attack. He did not seem to be in a hurry to deal with Song-Quebec. However, just as Song-K and old man Xiong Tian were fighting, a divine mountain flew over from afar and floated in the void. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the divine mountain, suppressing the entire sky to the point where it seemed like it was about to collapse. At the peak of the divine mountain, a young man in black stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at the two strong cultivators who were fighting in front of him. His eyes were shining brightly. Around him, there were images of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The images of the 4 ancient divine beasts were faintly discernible. The aura they exuded was shocking. Who is this person? He has such an aura. Someone said in shock. You don't know him? Someone said something like that. Who is he? Is he famous? Someone said disdainfully. Those who dared to watch from the side were all arrogant. No one would admit that they were inferior to others. He's the young master of the deity clan. You actually don't know him? You're too ignorant. Did you come from a remote place? Someone said disdainfully. What? He's the young master of the deity clan? Everyone was stunned. The deity race's young master's fame had already spread throughout the entire eastern continent. However, this fellow was mysterious and unfathomable. Not many people had seen his true appearance. I heard that the young master's cultivation is already catching up to his father's. Looks like it's true. Someone said. The deity clan was a great clan in the eastern continent. There were many experts in the clan, especially the leader of the deity clan. He was publicly recognized as one of the strongest existences. This was also where the deity clan's confidence came from. It was also why the deity clan dared to snatch Tsongkei's food and occupy the immortal medicine ridge. However, the deity clan would never have imagined that Tsongkei had Gu Fei backing him up. Tsongkei could go against the deity clan without any worries. If he didn't have Gu Fei backing him up, it was unknown whether Tsongkei would dare to go against the deity race. The young man from the deity clan is here too, Elder Tianqiong said. At this moment, Yu Qiong was already hiding somewhere. He didn't dare to appear in front of the young master of the deity clan. He didn't want to be removed from the clan. The young master of the deity clan? Gu Fei's clone, who was sitting on a chair in the sky, leisurely watching the battle, heard those people's words. That incomparably arrogant guy was actually the young master of the deity clan. That black-clothed youth came from the divine mountain. His arrogance and insufferably arrogant made Gu Fei's clone feel disgusted. Yu Qiong, where are you? Gu Fei's clone said. Although his voice was soft, it was still heard. At this moment, the black-clothed youth on the divine mountain seemed to have heard Gu Fei's clone's words. He turned around and looked at Gu Fei's clone. Master, don't. I don't want to be removed from the deity clan. Yu Qiong's voice rang in Gu Fei's clone's mind. I don't care. Hurry up and take down that young master of the deity clan. Gu Fei's clone said impatiently. This, Yu Qiong, who was hiding in the dark, hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still walked out of his hiding place. Elder Yu. So it's really you. The black-clothed youth was surprised to see Yu Qiong. Wasn't Yu Qiong supposed to be guarding the immortal medicine ridge? When did he come out? How dare you leave your post when you're not at the immortal medicine ridge? The black-clothed youth on the divine mountain said. His gaze became fierce and fierce. Leave your post without permission? I've had enough of you and your son. I'm going to rebel. Do you understand? I'm going to rebel. Yu Qiong roared furiously. His face turned sinister. What? Rebel? The black-clothed youth was shocked and furious. One should know that Yu Qiong was an elder of the deity clan. An elder's betrayal was definitely something that could shake the entire ancestral god realm. What did you say? Are you crazy? Chapter 3406. At this moment, many powerful existences had gathered in the vicinity of the immortal medicine ridge. Many powerhouses were still rushing over. Just as Tsongkei was fighting the legendary old man Tianqiong of the Earth Spirit race, the deity race's young master arrived on the divine mountain. This shocked many cultivators. The deity race's young master was a little mysterious. In the entire ancestral god realm's eastern continent, only a few people had seen his true appearance. Even at this time, his appearance was still blurred and no one could see his face clearly. The aura of the deity race's young master merged with the aura of the divine mountain beneath his feet. The two blended into one. Those old fogies were shocked to see this scene. This young master of the deity race truly lived up to his reputation. Everyone was surprised by the young master's strength. At this time, Gu Fei's clone ordered old ancestor Yu Qiong to personally capture the young master of the deity race. Although old ancestor Yu Qiong was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to act. Because he didn't want to die, the young lord was out of luck. Elder Yu, what are you doing? Seeing Yu Qiong approaching him step by step with ill intentions, the deity race's young master couldn't help but be indescribably shocked. Could it be that this fellow had really rebelled? Yu Qiong smiled bitterly. What else can I do? I'm going to capture you and hand you over to master. The deity race's young master couldn't help but fly into a rage when he heard this. You really want to rebel? You should know the consequences of betraying the deity race better than anyone else. I have no choice. I have no choice. Do you think I'm willing? Yu Qiong was furious. Who would be willing to betray their own race if they weren't under someone else's control? You're being controlled? I can save you. The young lord said. Haha. As soon as the deity race's young master finished speaking, a loud laugh came from afar. Swoosh. The deity race's young master's gaze immediately fell on the person who had let out the laughter. It's you? How dare you control my clansmen? You're courting death. The young lord stared at the guy who was leisurely eating an immortal fruit on a chair. This guy was Gu Fei's clone. He almost burst out laughing when he heard the young lord's words. This guy dared to threaten him? Who was the one courting death? Gu Fei's doppelganger said disapprovingly. Two beams of divine light shot out from the eyes of the deity race's young master, who was standing at the peak of the divine mountain. The two beams of divine light instantly transformed into two light blades that cut through the void and slashed at Gu Fei's clone. On the other hand, Gu Fei's clone merely stretched out two fingers and flicked them casually, but the two light blades were deflected. What? The young master of the deity race on the divine mountain couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. Little fellow, surrender yourself. At this moment, Yu Qiong had already arrived in front of the young master of the deity race. Haha, Elder Yu, it looks like you've gone senile. You actually dare to ask me to surrender? The young lord of the deity race said coldly. Looks like this Yu Qiong is determined to rebel. Of course, he knew that Yu Qiong had no choice but to do so. Yu Qiong was an ambitious person after all. He would do anything to survive. However, no matter what, Yu Qiong must be punished for his betrayal of the deity race. There was only one way for the deity race to deal with traitors, and that was to kill. Then I'm sorry. Yu Qiong did not waste any more time. He took a step forward and extended his hand. 5 beams of divine light shot out from his hand and transformed into 5 divine chains that wrapped around the young lord of the deity race on the top of the mountain. At the same time, the divine mountain beneath the young lord of the deity race trembled. A vast wave of divine power immediately spread out from the divine mountain. A layer of divine light enveloped the entire divine mountain and the young lord of the deity race on top of it. The 5 divine chains that shot out from Yu Qiong's hand were immediately blocked by the layer of divine light on the divine mountain. They could not even get close to the young lord of the deity race. However, in the next moment, Yu Qiong clenched his fist and smashed it towards the layer of divine light. When his fist collided with the layer of divine light, his fist turned golden. Bam! With a muffled sound, Yu Qiong's golden fist smashed through the layer of divine light that emerged from the divine mountain. His golden fist smashed into the divine mountain beneath the young lord of the deity race's feet. The divine mountain immediately shook. However, to Yu Qiong's surprise, the divine mountain was only shaken by his golden fist. It did not receive any impact. Since you have betrayed the deity race, then hand over the Dao bone. The young lord of the deity race said. His tone was extremely firm. Yu Qiong had an extreme Dao bone on him. It was an important treasure of the deity race. Come and take it if you can, Yu Qiong said as he shook his arm. An extreme force immediately erupted from his arm and dispersed the layer of divine light around him. Kill. The young lord of the deity race was infuriated. He roared and waved his hands. Black energy rushed out from his hands and transformed into a shocking sword light that slashed towards Yu Qiong. Buzz. Yu Qiong's body vibrated. Then, a ball of golden light emerged from his body and enveloped him within it. The streaks of sword light slashed at the golden light barrier around Yu Qiong's body and directly shattered it in the void. The young lord of the deity race was shocked and quickly retreated. However, he was still one step too late. Yu Qiong's right hand quickly expanded and grabbed the young lord. Roar! The young lord of the deity race was shocked and angry. He roared towards the sky, his voice shaking the sky. He was venting his dissatisfaction. He desperately urged the energy in his body to break free from Yu Qiong's hand. However, Yu Qiong had already fused with the golden Dao bone. However, the young lord of the deity race also had some good stuff on him. This was also the reason why Gu Fei's clone wanted to capture the young lord of the deity race. At this moment, a divine mountain charged towards Yu Qiong. A wave of extreme Dao-level energy rippled from the divine mountain. Not a bad treasure. When Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the black mountain, his eyes lit up. This magic treasure could unleash the power of the extreme Dao realm. At this moment, the divine mountain had already collided with Yu Qiong's fist. Yu Qiong felt a powerful force coming from the divine mountain, causing him to take a few steps back uncontrollably. What? Yu Qiong was shocked. Although he was an elder of the deity race, he was not a quasi-supreme being. Therefore, no one knew what was hidden in the depths of the deity race's ancestral ground. Just as Yu Qiong was distracted by the sacred mountain that was charging towards him, the deity race's young master, who was in his hands, took the opportunity to break free. As soon as the young master of the deity clan broke free, he immediately attacked Yu Qiong. A golden Dao bone appeared in Yu Qiong's hand, and an extremely tyrannical aura spread from the golden Dao bone. The young lord's eyes lit up when he saw the golden Dao bone in Yu Qiong's hand. He knew that the golden Dao bone was also an important treasure of the deity race. But now, the golden Dao bone was in Yu Qiong's hand. At this moment, Yu Qiong was serious. He attacked with all his might, wanting to capture the young lord in the shortest time possible. However, the young lord of the deity race lived up to his name. His cultivation was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an easy task for Yu Qiong to capture the young lord in the shortest time possible. The two experts started fighting. Both of them possessed powerful Dao weapons. Their cultivation and battle prowess were equally matched. It was difficult to determine the winner of this battle. Rumble. The entire world was shaken by the two vast and mighty forces of the extreme Dao. Just as Yu Qiong and the deity race's young master were fighting, the demon god's battle had finally come to an end. The demon god's strength was unparalleled as he tore his opponent into two. He was extremely ferocious. The battle between Song Ke and Old Man Tianxiong was also difficult to determine. Although Old Man Tianxiong looked thin and weak, his cultivation and battle prowess were frighteningly high. Even Song Ke, who was once a supreme god ancestor, felt great pressure when facing such an existence. At this moment, more and more experts heard the news and rushed over to the Immortal Medicine Ridge. They wanted to watch the show. In the sky outside the Immortal Medicine Ridge, the four experts were fighting. Old Man Tianxiong was extremely powerful. He forced Song Ke to continuously retreat. This made Song Ke extremely sullen. He was almost unable to fight back against an old man. Roar! Song Ke roared angrily. The chaotic golden rock's divine power exploded from his body. The entire void collapsed, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. These spatial cracks rushed towards the distance like lightning. Divine rock spreads its wings. Song Ke shouted loudly. His two divine wings immediately tore through the clothes on his back as he charged out. A violent aura exploded, causing the cultivators who were watching the battle nearby to be extremely terrified. After that, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The golden feathers on Song Ke's wings flew up one by one, and then they transformed into streaks of sword light. The golden feathers turned into sword radiance and directly broke through the void. In an instant, it slashed in front of Old Man Tianxiong. The cold sword chi spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Among the cultivators watching the battle from afar, many of them were old antiques who had lived since ancient times. When they saw Song Ke's divine power, they couldn't help but be moved. This was the chaotic Golden Rock clan's killing technique. The golden feathers turned into sword radiance that could destroy everything. Chapter 3407. Old Man Tianxiong truly lived up to his name as the most stunning existence in the ancestral god realm during the primordial era. His first move was already extraordinary. He opened his mouth and sucked in, swallowing all the sword lights that were slashing towards him in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of method was too shocking. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but be surprised. Tianxiong Elder was much stronger than he imagined. Song Kei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Elder Tianxiong the moment he swallowed the sword light. Then, Song Kei used all his strength to send a punch towards Elder Tianxiong's face. The power of the chaotic golden rock erupted. The powerful energy wave that erupted from Song Kei's fist directly shattered the surrounding void. Bang! In the next moment, Song Kei and Tianxiong Elder separated as a deafening explosion resounded in the void. The two experts moved quickly in the void, fighting continuously. At this time, Demon God Venerable had already dealt with his opponent and walked out from the sky full of dust. However, just as Demon God Venerable came out, another powerful figure rushed over from afar and directly attacked Demon God Venerable without saying a word. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish," Song Kei said as he turned into a yin-yang divine light and pierced towards Tianxiong Elder. Wherever the yin-yang divine light passed, the void was annihilated. Tianxiong Elder didn't dodge. When Song Kei's yin-yang divine light was about to penetrate his divine body, a ball of divine light emerged from his body. Boom! Song Kei's yin-yang divine light instantly collided with Tianxiong Elder's light shield, causing a loud noise. Tianxiong Elder's protective light shield was shaking violently. However, Tianxiong Elder's protective light shield successfully blocked Song Kei's killer move. This made Song Kei very unhappy. "Do you think you're qualified to kill me?" Tianxiong Elder stared at Song Kei, who appeared in front of him, and sneered. "What did you say?" Song Kei couldn't help but get angry. This guy was obviously scolding me indirectly. How hateful. I'll say whatever I want to say. What's it to you? Old Man Tianxiong said disdainfully. "Your mouth is on your body. I don't care what you want to say, but I can kill you," Song Kei coldly said. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint as a powerful killing intent radiated from his body. He wasn't joking. He truly wanted to kill Old Man Tianxiong. At Song Kei's level of cultivation, once he had the intention to kill, he would need to see blood to resolve it. "Kei, don't joke around. You can't kill me," Old Man Tianxiong said disapprovingly. It was as if he did not place Song Kei in his eyes at all. This caused Song Kei to be extremely furious. He was once an extreme Tao Supreme Being, an invincible existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now that he had fallen from grace, he was bullied by a dog. It's not that I want to criticize the two of you, but the two of you are too long-winded, spouting so much nonsense. When will the victor be decided? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. When Old Man Tianxiong and Song Kei heard this, they were infuriated, but there was nothing they could do. The one who spoke was the doppelganger of Gu Fei, who had nothing to do. In the eyes of Gu Fei's clone, this battle between Song Kei and Old Man Tianxiong was simply a waste of time. The two of them spoke too much nonsense, and many people were starting to get impatient. Kill. Song Kei didn't hesitate and immediately charged towards Old Man Tianxiong. Countless golden rays shot out from his body and turned into golden Tao patterns that flew towards Old Man Tianxiong to seal him. A powerful sealing force burst out from those golden Tao patterns, and the entire void of heaven and earth seemed to have frozen in an instant. Old Man Tianxiong felt his body tighten as he was suddenly sealed by a sudden force. Right now, even moving a finger became abnormally difficult. Elder Tianxiong's shock was no small matter. Without a second thought, he circulated all the divine power in his body in an attempt to break the seal that was suppressing him. However, in the next moment, the sealing force became even stronger, and the sound of bones grinding against each other could be heard from Old Man Tianxiong's body. Just as Elder Tianxiong was about to be hit, a fist appeared directly above his head and ruthlessly smashed into his skull. Old man Tianxiong felt his vision go black, and he was almost knocked unconscious by the opponent's fist. He was enraged. This junior actually dared to treat him like this. He really deserved to die. Seeing this scene, the experts of the Earth Spirit clan were dumbfounded. How dare this fella hit the old man's head? Roar! Elder Tianxiong was enraged. A terrifying amount of godly energy erupted from his body. In the next instant, cracks appeared in the void, as if it were an exquisite piece of porcelain that had been shattered. What? Song Ke immediately used the chaotic Golden Rock clan's supreme divine power, the 9 seals. 9 primordial Tao runes rushed out from his body and landed on Old Man Tianxiong's body. Damn it! Old Man Tianxiong had already started to move, but the moment the 9 primordial Tao runes landed on his body, he was once again sealed. Swoosh! A golden light flashed by, and in the next moment, Old Man Tianxiong's head that was sealed by the 9 primordial Tao runes fell to the ground. How dare you! At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky. Then, 9 figures descended from the sky, and every single one of them emitted a shocking divine power. The 9 experts from the Earth Spirit clan attacked at the same time. The 9 experts stood in a very specific position, and they formed a terrifying killing formation. The 9 experts' power was linked together because of this killing formation. In other words, this killing formation could gather the power of the 9 experts and unleash an earth-shattering attack. With such a powerful force and such a terrifying attack, even a quasi-supreme being would have to retreat and not face it head-on. Song Ke originally wanted to continue attacking and destroy Old Man Tianxiong's primordial spirit, but the 9 experts from the Earth Spirit clan had already arrived. Boom! The 9 experts unleashed their attacks, and the void that was sealed by Song Ke immediately shattered. The sealing force was also shattered. At the same time, the 9 powerful figures surrounded Song Ke, and the formation runes in the void were faintly visible. Old Man Tianxiong's head flew up into the sky and into one of the caves on the back of the monster octopus. Old Man Tianxiong lost this battle, and he even lost his body. Only his head was left, which made Old Man Tianxiong feel extremely humiliated, but he couldn't die. A 9-man formation? At this moment, everyone was surprised to see that the Earth Spirit clan was willing to use a 9-man formation to save Old Man Tianxiong. Is this the Earth Spirit clan's divine ability? Someone said. The 9-man formation was very powerful, and the Earth Spirit clan didn't always need 9 people to act together, but it was different now. Even Old Man Tianxiong wasn't Song Ke's opponent, let alone the others. Song Ke, today is the day you die. A black-bearded, middle-aged man among the 9 experts stared at Song Ke, who was trapped in the formation, and said coldly, "Yes, Ke, don't joke around. It's better not to say such brainless words." Song Ke said with a smile, "Why are you talking so much to him? Let's do it." A tanned, skinny, middle-aged man said impatiently, "Kill." The 9-man formation was activated, and a terrifying killing intent surged out. The void that was enveloped by the formation instantly shattered and turned into chaos. Song Ke was directly smashed into the chaos. The 9-man formation of the Earth Spirit clan was extremely powerful, but the 9 people who formed the formation were only half a step away from becoming an old ancestor. In the primal chaos, Song Ke relied on his genuine extreme divine physique to allow the power of the 9-men killing formation to annihilate him, but it was unable to harm him at all. "Die, all of you!" Song Ke roared furiously, and a terrifying power immediately erupted from his body. Then, an unimaginably powerful sword light charged out from his body, directly slicing through the space between heaven and earth. It actually broke through the power of the 9-men killing formation in an instant. He used the extreme divine weapon. What? The 9 half-step old ancestors were shocked. At the same time, a powerful force came back at them, and they were all hit by it. One of them spat out a mouthful of blood and looked exhausted. "Let's fight him." The 9 half-step great ancestors didn't expect Song Ke to be so powerful. They had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. If he broke the 9-man killing formation, the backlash from the killing formation would be enough to destroy their bodies and souls. Why was the 9-man killing formation so powerful? It was because the 9 fellows who formed the 9-man killing formation could no longer turn back. They could only move forward bravely. Once a person was pushed to the edge of life and death, he would be able to unleash a much more powerful force. Rumble, the 9-men killing formation, operated crazily as the 9 half-step great ancestors desperately exerted the divine power in their bodies and poured it into the killing formation. 9 annihilating sword lights appeared in the killing formation and floated in front of the 9 half-step great ancestors. This is starting to get interesting. Gu Fei's clone's eyes lit up when he saw this. The people from the Earth Spirit clan were not completely useless. The guy who created the 9-man killing formation was definitely a genius in the field of formations. Only such a person could lay down such a killing formation. Chapter 3408. The Earth Spirit clan could become one of the most powerful clans in the East continent of the ancestral god realm, not because of luck, but because of strength. Look, book. As soon as the Earth Spirit clan's 9-men killing formation appeared, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the terrifying murderous aura made all the cultivators' hearts palpitate. However, the Earth Spirit clan wanted to deal with Song Ke, who was once a supreme god ancestor in the ancestral god realm. Even though his cultivation had fallen from the supreme god realm, his divine body was still extremely strong. Even the strength of a quasi-supreme master could not hurt Song Ke's divine body. Buzz. Meanwhile, a rumbling sound resounded from within the 9 slaughter formation, and then a scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared. The 9 rays of sword of annihilation that pierced towards Song Ke were actually blasted away by him. An extremely strong divine power burst out from Song Ke's body, and the whole 9-men killing formation shook. The 9 quasi-great ancestors of the 9-men killing formation suffered a great impact at the same time. The weaker ones spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered internal injuries. How could he, a middle-aged cultivator in the 9-men killing formation, said in shock? The strength of Song Ke's divine body was far beyond everyone's expectation. At this moment, Song Ke seemed to have turned into a terrifying god of war. He was extremely ferocious, and he kept punching the 9 experts in the 9-men killing formation with his fists. The violent power kept exploding, and the void kept collapsing under the bombardment of Song Ke's fists. Even the chaotic chi was blown out by him. At this moment, the 9-men killing formation was operating, and the 9 figures disappeared. Song Ke could not sense where the 9 experts of the Earth Spirit clan were. The powerful thing about the 9-men killing formation was that the people and the formation became one. The formation was the people, and the people were the formation. The strength of the 9 experts could be gathered together to launch a shocking attack, or they could be separated. At this moment, there was a shocking change in the 9-men killing formation. Within the range of the 9-men killing formation, the void became chaotic, as if a chaotic world was being born. Song Ke, who was inside the 9-person killing formation, was in big trouble. He kept roaring in the primal chaos. He wanted to break through the primal chaos and break out of the 9-person killing formation. However, the power of the 9-people killing formation was very strong. Even someone as strong as Song Ke, who had the strongest divine body, could not escape from it in a short time. Just as Song Ke was trapped in the 9-man killing formation, old ancestor Yu Qiong and the deity race's young master started fighting. "You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing?" The young master of the deity race roared at old ancestor Yu Qiong. He couldn't believe that this guy dared to attack him. "Cut the crap. You're unlucky today." Old ancestor Yu Qiong attacked as he spoke. He was completely unafraid of the divine mountain beneath the deity race's young master's feet. He punched the divine mountain again and again. Heavy crashing sounds rang out continuously. The deity race's young master's divine mountain was shaken by ancestor Yu Qiong's fists. After all, old ancestor Yu Qiong was from the older generation. His cultivation realm was very high. After all, he was an ancestor. Even if he was not a real ancestor, his combat strength should not be underestimated. The deity race's young master was shocked and angry. However, he had the divine mountain to protect him. Old ancestor Yu Qiong could not defeat him in a short time. Near the immortal medicine ridge, apart from these two battles, there was another place where people were fighting. It was the experts of the Earth Spirit clan attacking the demon god. There was no doubt that the demon god was powerful, but the Earth Spirit clan's old ancestor was also very powerful and had powerful battle prowess. Damn it! The demon god attacked in anger. Naturally, he did not hold back. The demon god's power exploded from his body and turned into countless light blades that slashed at the Earth Spirit clan's ancestor. Seeing that, the Earth Spirit clan's ancestor directly disappeared into the void. The light blades formed by the demon god's power only destroyed an afterimage. The demon god was shocked. This guy actually mastered such a divine ability. The Earth Spirit clan was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Get in here. At that moment, the void around the monster god's body suddenly collapsed and shattered. The monster god felt his body tighten as a powerful devouring force instantly enveloped him and pulled him into the chaos. The power of the void? The demon god released the demon god's power and blocked all the primal chaos that was coming toward him. The surrounding primal chaos couldn't get close to him. Haha. The Earth Spirit clan's ancestors' laughter suddenly resounded in the surroundings. The laughter came from all directions, causing the demon god to frown. What a cunning guy! The demon god couldn't sense the opponent's exact location. However, a powerful wave of divine consciousness spread from his body. As long as the guy hiding nearby dared to come near him, he would be able to sense his existence. However, the cunning guy didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Just as Venerable Demon God fell into a passive state, another group of experts arrived. It was the deity race's reinforcements. The leader was a middle-aged man with a tall build. He was clad in black armor without a helmet. "Young lord, we're here." The middle-aged man shouted in the direction of the deity race's young lord. "Very well. Yu Qiong has betrayed our clan. You guys came just in time. Come and help us capture this guy, and let the lord deal with him." The deity race's young lord's voice was heard. What? Hearing the deity race's young lord's words, the deity race's experts couldn't help but be shocked. Ancestor Yu Qiong rebelled? How could this be possible? Young lord, what did you say? Yu Qiong rebelled? A fair-skinned and chubby middle-aged man walked out from behind the middle-aged fighter. As he spoke, he strode through the void and charged in the direction of the deity race's young master. However, the next moment, the chubby man was sent flying and coughed up blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured in an instant. Seeing this scene, the deity race's experts were inexplicably shocked. Yu Qiong, are you really going to do it? The deity race's young lord roared. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you, Yu Qiong said coldly. As he spoke, he punched the divine mountain again. Boom! The divine mountain trembled with a loud bang. The deity race's young lord suffered a great impact from the fist energy. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Kill. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, a saber light descended from the sky and fell directly on Yu Qiong's head. The extremely sharp saber light cut through the void, as if it was going to split the world in half. Seal. Yu Qiong hurriedly formed a seal with both hands and pushed upwards. 9 divine runes rushed out from his hands, each emanating an immortal aura. The 9 divine inscriptions sealed off a part of the void. The saber light that descended from the sky was immediately frozen in the void, sealed by the 9 divine inscriptions. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky and stepped on the void that was sealed by the 9 divine runes. In the next moment, the entire void collapsed. What? Yu Qiong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He knew who it was. He was extremely unwilling to fight this guy, but he had no choice but to do so. The person who attacked Yu Qiong was the middle-aged warrior who had just arrived. The middle-aged warrior was extremely powerful. Not only did he break the void that Yu Qiong had sealed with his foot, but he also continued to step on Yu Qiong. Sky-flipping palm. Yu Qiong roared and slapped his palm at the middle-aged warrior. In the next moment, his palm collided with his opponent's huge foot and a muffled sound was heard. Roar. Yu Qiong roared. He only felt a wave of power passing through his hand and directly shook him. His body trembled and his entire body immediately flew backward. At the same time, the middle-aged warrior was also pushed back by Yu Qiong's palm strength. The two experts collided head-on, but there was no winner or loser. However, the vast and mighty energy waves that spread out shook the heavens and the earth. The entire void rippled like water. At this time, the young master of the deity race also rushed over and joined forces with the middle-aged warrior to capture Yu Qiong. Who was Yu Qiong? How could he be captured so easily? The three great experts fought together, causing the entire chaotic void to boil. It was extremely terrifying. More and more cultivators gathered near the immortal medicine ridge. Most of them only watched quietly from afar. Only the strongest experts would watch the battle from a close distance. At this time, Gu Fei's clone shook his head. Among these three battles, only the Earth Spirit Clan's 9-man killing formation was interesting to him. Rumble. The void constantly shook and was annihilated. The 9-man killing formation formed by the 9 great experts of the Earth Spirit Clan was frantically operating, wanting to obliterate Tsang Ke in the formation. However, it was impossible for Tsang Ke to die so easily. He had a divine body of the extreme grade. Only the extreme grade Dao weapon could hurt him. Other Dao soldiers could not hurt him at all. To Tsang Ke, if his opponent did not have extreme grade Dao weapon, he would have already won. There was no need to fight anymore. But now, the power gathered by the 9-man killing formation was extremely strong. Otherwise, it would not have been able to trap Tsang Quebec kill. The 9 great experts roared at the same time. The power of the 9 great experts instantly gathered together and turned into a divine reed, which pierced through Tsang Ke in the formation. Even Tsang Ke, who used to be an extreme grade god ancestor, could not help but be shocked by the explosion of the divine reed. Damn it! Tsang Ke had no choice but to directly spit out a flying sword. As soon as the flying sword appeared, a shocking sword chi immediately appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 3409. The Earth Spirit Clan's strength was not to be underestimated. At this moment, the Earth Spirit Clan was blocking Tsang Ke's group with their own strength in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. Tsang Ke's group had already taken back the Immortal Medicine Ridge from the Heavenly God Clan, but the Earth Spirit Clan's powerful attack changed the ownership of the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The Earth Spirit Clan seemed to be determined to get the Immortal Medicine Ridge. Therefore, they sent several ancestor-level experts to take the Immortal Medicine Ridge away from Tsang Quebec. At this moment, the power of the 9-men killing formation erupted. The terrifying power sealed the entire void, trapping Tsang Ke in the killing formation. Roar. Tsang Ke kept roaring inside the 9-men killing formation. How dare you? You want to trap me? Dream on. Tsang Ke roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. The moment the sword light appeared, the temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly under the impact of the shocking murderous aura. Swoosh! A beam of immortal sword light cut through the world, creating a pitch-black crack in the void. The beam of sword light was like a hot knife through butter, directly breaking through the killing formation of the 9 people. Ultimate divine sword? Everyone was extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene, especially the members of the Earth Spirit Clan. Their eyeballs were on the verge of falling to the ground. The formation diagram of the 9-men killing formation was directly cut in half by Tsang Ke's sword. 2 people in the 9-men killing formation were directly cut by the sword light. Their bodies and souls were destroyed in an instant. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. This was probably the most thorough way to die in the world. The 9-men killing formation was broken. The Earth Spirit Clan finally couldn't hold on anymore. Tsang Ke was finally serious. He even used his final trump card. At that moment, the sword light of the extreme path, which had split the formation diagram of the 9-men killing formation in half, instantly rushed out and disappeared into the void. The terrifying sword chi also retreated like a tide. Fortunately, Tsang Ke did not slash in the direction of the Immortal Medicine Ridge. Otherwise, the entire Immortal Medicine Ridge would have been split in half by this immortal sword light. No one at the scene said anything. They were all dumbfounded. No one had expected such an ending. The 9-men killing formation was simply a joke in front of Tsang Quebec. Of the 9 powerhouses in the 9 men killing formation, 2 were killed on the spot, while 7 others suffered the impact and fled in all directions. Trying to escape? Hand over your life. Without any hesitation, Song Ke activated his extreme sword weapon. 7 immortal sword lights shot out of his body and instantly caught up with the 7 half-step great ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan. The speed of the 7 sword lights was so fast that the 7 half-step great ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan did not even have time to scream before they were killed by the sword lights. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and even their belongings were destroyed by the sword lights. How dare you? How dare you kill my clansmen? You're dead meat. Just when Song Ke killed the 7 half-step great ancestors, a furious roar came from the sky. A powerful and terrifying figure appeared on the back of the octopus. The aura emitted by this figure was much stronger than Old Man Tianxiong's. Killing 2 is killing. Killing 9 is also killing. Since your Earth Spirit clan wants to go against me, I'll kill as many as you come. Song Ke stared at the figure and said coldly, "Since when did this fella become so domineering?" Gu Fei's clone, who was watching the show from afar, was surprised to see Song Ke's domineering attitude. Good. Very good, very good. The figure on the octopus's back was furious. He leaped from the octopus's back and pounced at Song Quebec. A powerful wave of energy exploded from the figure. "Let me see who you are." Song Ke dared not delay. A sword light shot out from his body and slashed at the figure that was pouncing down from the sky. The sword light was like a dragon, soaring into the sky. That person laughed and disappeared into the void, like a shadow dissipating in the void. What? Oh no! Song Ke was taken aback when he saw that, and he dashed forward without hesitation. At this critical moment, a palm silently slapped out from the void, almost hitting Song Quebec. This caused him to break out in cold sweat. You are? Song Ke suddenly thought of a person when he saw the faint figure. This person's background was even greater than Old Man Tianxiong's. Earth Spirit Ancestor? Song Ke stared at the figure in shock. It's just a clone, Gu Fei's clone said disapprovingly. It's just an incarnation? Song Ke was speechless when he heard Gu Fei's clone. He was probably the only one who dared to look down on the Earth Spirit clan's ancestor. The Earth Spirit ancestor was an extremely ancient living being. He was famous even earlier than Song Ke, the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestor. Song Ke didn't dare to look down on such an existence. However, Gu Fei's clone didn't have any scruples. He didn't care about the person's background. What he cared about was strength. Invincible strength. In the face of absolute strength, old ancestors and ancestors were all bullsh**, little fella. How dare you kill my descendant? Don't you think you deserve to die? The illusory figure emitted a wave of divine will. Although this was only an incarnation, it still possessed an invincible aura. A strong aura burst out from the blurry figure. The surrounding void became unstable as if it could explode at any time. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. This fella was definitely a super antique. His strength was terrifying. Even if it was just a clone, it could easily kill a quasi-supreme being existence. The Earth Spirit clan had a clone of the Earth Spirit ancestor. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the other clans. But now, the situation had changed. Song Ke was back. Although he wasn't the Song Ke of the past, the Earth Spirit ancestor was just a clone. If these two experts were to meet, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose once they started fighting. Yes, Ke, you're just a clone. What's there to be arrogant about? Do you really think that you're still the Earth Spirit ancestor? Song Ke said disdainfully. If the other party wasn't just a clone, he would have turned and fled. But the other party was just a clone. If he couldn't even deal with a clone, how was he supposed to survive in the world of cultivation? Little fella, you're too arrogant. The Earth Spirit ancestor's clone said coldly. The blurry figure suddenly became more real. Rumble. The Earth Spirit ancestor's clone emitted a shocking aura. In the next moment, the surrounding void exploded as if it was going to turn back into chaos. Boundless divine light exploded from the figure. Divine runes circled around the figure. The Earth Spirit ancestor's clone seemed like it was going to turn back into flesh. Seeing this, Song Ke felt a little uneasy. What is this fella doing? Is he really going to be reborn? Gu Fei's clone muttered to himself. The strength of the Earth Spirit Clan's primogenitor was unquestionable. One must know that the Earth Spirit Clan's primogenitor could intimidate the entire Eastern continent with just a clone, causing all the major clans to not dare to act rashly. Die. Song Ke attacked. An immortal sword light rushed out and slashed at the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone. It broke the Earth Spirit Ancestor's protective light. However, in the next moment, Song Ke was dumbfounded. The sword light slashed the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone in half. However, the two halves of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone that had been split in half actually merged back together in the next moment. They fused into one and instantly recovered. He's fine after being slashed by the sword light? Not only was Song Ke frightened by this scene, but even Gu Fei's avatar was shocked. One had to know that the Earth Spirit Ancestor was only an avatar, but it was fearless against the extreme Dao Sword Ray. As such, the Earth Spirit Ancestor was in an invincible position. Song Ke's biggest reliance became useless. Hee, little fella, die. The Earth Spirit Ancestor attacked too. Like a shadow, he pounced at Song Ke at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a ball of divine light emerged from Song Ke's body and enveloped him. Bam! The Earth Spirit Ancestor slammed into the ball of divine light on Song Ke's body and sent Song Ke flying. In the next moment, Song Ke's protective divine light shattered while he was still in the air. Ha ha! The Earth Spirit Ancestor burst into laughter and instantly caught up to Song Ke like a puff of smoke. He then extended his right hand and grabbed Song Ke's neck, lifting him up. Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had turned into fossils. The Earth Spirit Ancestor captured Song Ke right away. Is Song Ke dead for sure? At this moment, the deity race's young master who was fighting Ancestor Yu Qiong was surprised and overjoyed to see the Earth Spirit Ancestor capture Song Quebec. It was definitely a good thing for him that Song Ke was killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor. I heard that Song Ke has the support of an expert. He won't die. Someone said something like that. What? Could the rumor be true? Someone said in shock. I've long heard that Song Ke invited experts from other realms to help him. It seems like the rumor isn't groundless. Someone looked in the direction of Gu Fei's clone. He can even invite the Outer Realm demons. Who else can't he invite? Some people who held grudges against the chaotic Golden Rock race started saying things that would make the crowd feel disgusted. Colluding with the demons was a public offense in the ancestral god realm. Chapter 34:10. Although it was only an incarnation of the Earth Spirit Ancestor, his combat power was heaven-defying. He managed to capture Song Ke in one move. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This was especially true for those from the Chaos Golden Rock race. They were shocked to the extreme. Little fella, you're still too young. The Earth Spirit Ancestor easily captured Song Ke and grabbed his neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. Song Ke was shocked. He did not expect the Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor to be so powerful. It was only an incarnation, but it could defeat him. When the spectators heard the words of the Earth Spirit primogenitor, they were speechless. He actually said that Song Ke was too inexperienced. Song Ke was the primogenitor of the Chaos Golden Rock race, a true super ancient being. Those who could become the ancestor of a clan were all super ancient beings. Song Ke was also an ancient living being. He was born in the chaos, but he was born after the chaos was created. The Earth Spirit Clan's ancestor was even older than Song Quebec. He was born before the universe was created, and he was a real chaotic living being. An existence of this level could not be seen in the current world. Even the Earth Spirit Ancestor only left behind an incarnation. It wasn't easy for Song Ke to live to this day. In that extremely distant and ancient era, powerhouses stood in great numbers. Even the existence of the extreme Dao realm was in danger of dying. Even the real chaotic living beings could not be absolutely invincible. But now, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation displayed a combat power that was unbelievable. How could an incarnation be so powerful? It was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Song Ke could not understand how the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation could be so powerful. Song Ke was once a supreme Tao God ancestor in the ancestral God realm. He knew how powerful an incarnation's combat power was because he had refined more than one incarnation. This fella is too powerful. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone could no longer remain calm. He abruptly stood up from his chair and threw the jade plate in his hand to the golden rock goddess, who was standing beside him. Song Ke wanted to take back the immortal medicine ridge, so he brought Goddess Golden Rock and the others along. Hurry up and save the old ancestor. The Golden Rock Goddess turned pale. Once Song Ke was killed by the ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan, the chaotic Golden Rock Clan, which had just shown signs of rising, would be beaten back to its original state. Little fellow, let me send you on your way. The Earth Spirit Primogenitor said as he prepared to kill Song Quebec. Song Ke panicked when he heard that. He didn't want to die in the hands of a clone. This kind of death was too depressing. Just as the Earth Spirit Ancestor was about to kill Song Ke, his left hand suddenly stopped in midair. It wasn't that the Earth Spirit Ancestor didn't want to kill Song Ke, but at that moment, a figure appeared behind him. That figure appeared without any warning. Fellow Taoist, please do not meddle in other people's business. The incarnation of the Earth Spirit Ancestor retracted his left hand and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist?" Everyone was shocked when they heard the Earth Spirit Ancestor's words. One must know that the person whom the Earth Spirit Ancestor addressed as a fellow Taoist was at least someone with a similar cultivation as him. Gu Fei's cultivation has already reached a level where he can be compared to an incarnation of the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Someone muttered. In the East Continent, the name that the powerful cultivators heard the most recently was Gu Fei. It was no wonder. The things that Gu Fei had done since he broke the time limit were too influential. Not only the East Continent, but the experts from other continents had also heard of him. He was the expert behind Song Quebec. There were definitely many people in the East Continent who knew him, especially the Heavenly God Clan, the Earth Spirit Clan, and the Black Snake Clan. These powerful clans were wary of the expert behind Song Ke and were unwilling to provoke him. He's my friend. How can I watch my friend get killed by you? Gu Fei's incarnation said indifferently. His face was expressionless. So you're determined to save him? The Earth Spirit Ancestor said coldly. Do you even need to ask? Gu Fei's incarnation said, Sigh, I didn't want to make enemies, but since you're courting death, there's nothing I can do. I'll send you all to hell. The Earth Spirit Ancestor said helplessly. Gu Fei's incarnation laughed. Uft, do you think you're invincible? I'm not invincible, but I'm close to it. The Earth Spirit Ancestor said, Keep on bragging. Gu Fei's incarnation said disapprovingly. It was only an incarnation. No matter how powerful it was, there was a limit. Moreover, the opponent was an incarnation, while the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was a clone. Incarnations were usually weaker than clones and could not use many divine abilities. Then I'll kill him first, then I'll kill you. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was about to attack, but at that moment, a terrifying aura surged out from behind the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Gu Fei's clone, who was standing behind the Earth Spirit Ancestor, exuded an extreme aura. Rumble. In the next moment, a terrifying power spread out in all directions with Gu Fei's clone at the center. Of course, it also enveloped the Earth Spirit Ancestor. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was shocked. He felt that he couldn't move his body. In the next moment, a fist smashed into his back. A dull thud was heard. Although the Earth Spirit Ancestor was just an illusion, the punch from Gu Fei's incarnation seemed to have landed on a person with flesh and blood. In the next moment, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's figure dissipated, as if it had turned into nothingness. Everyone's eyes almost fell to the ground. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. They were all stunned. What? Up in the sky, the experts of the Earth Spirit Clan on the back of the octopus were shocked when they saw this scene. That was an incarnation left by their ancestor. How could it be shattered by a single punch from him? Impossible. How is this possible? An expert from the Earth Spirit Clan said with a trembling voice. Thank you. I owe you a life. Song Ke touched his neck and said. There were a few finger marks on his neck. He was scratched by the Earth Spirit Clan's Earth Spirit ancestor. Wrong. You owe me 2 lives. Gu Fei's incarnation shook his head and said, Ah, right. I owe you 2 lives. Song Ke hurriedly said. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would probably still be sealed in the mountain river diagram and would never be able to escape. This time, Gu Fei had saved him twice. Both of you will die today. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from above their heads. Then, a huge hand slammed down from the sky towards them. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth shook. An extremely terrifying destructive aura came from the huge hand, and the void below the hand was constantly destroyed. Seeing this scene, everyone who was watching the battle from afar could not help but retreat. If they were to be affected by this level of battle, their bodies and souls would be destroyed at any time. They were just watching the battle. They were not looking for death. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Today, I'll use you to practice. Gu Fei's incarnation said and slapped upwards. A powerful force suddenly exploded and a huge hand appeared in the void, clashing with the huge hand that was slapping down from the sky. Song Ke wanted to attack too, but he was stopped by Gu Fei's incarnation because Song Ke was no match for the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was one of the most powerful beings that Gu Fei's incarnation had ever seen. Even Gu Fei himself was not confident that he could defeat this strange fellow. Before this, he had never thought that an incarnation could be so powerful. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation could definitely kill a quasi-supreme being easily. Even an existence like Song Ke was no match for it. Under countless people's shocked gazes, the 2 huge hands collided like 2 immemorial divine mountains colliding. The next moment, the entire sky collapsed and even the chaotic energy was shaken out. The 2 huge hands disappeared in the void at the same time. The 2 forces collided and intertwined, forming an even more terrifying energy storm that spread in all directions. Even the octopus monster in the sky was affected. It had no choice but to carry the experts of the Earth Spirit Clan away. These 2 freaks. The place where the Deity Clan's young master and Yuqiong fought wasn't far from the place where Gu Fei's incarnation and the Earth Spirit Ancestor were fighting. However, they were affected by the mighty energy storm and had no choice but to stop and hide far away. At this moment, the battle between the demon god and an ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan was about to end. However, the movement caused by the attack of Gu Fei's incarnation and the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was too terrifying. The world and the void were being annihilated rapidly. Although the mighty energy storm did not really affect them, they couldn't help but stop. Everyone knew that the battle between Gu Fei's incarnation and the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was the most important battle. If Gu Fei's incarnation won, everyone from the Earth Spirit Clan would die. However, if the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation won, then Gu Fei's incarnation, the experts of the chaotic Golden Rock Clan, and all of Gu Fei's subordinates would be in trouble. Therefore, everyone was nervously staring at the 2 figures that were moving quickly in the void. Even Song Ke hid far away. Naturally, he hoped that Gu Fei's incarnation could defeat the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation. At this moment, it was as if there were really 2 supreme beings fighting in the sky. The world and the void looked like it was about to collapse. Chapter 34:11. High up in the sky, Gu Fei's clone and the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone were fighting. 2 powerful shockwaves spread out, causing the void to shake. At this moment, the entire sky seemed like it was going to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Who the immortal Medicine Ridge belonged to? After this battle, it would be clear. No one could give up a place like the immortal Medicine Ridge. To Gu Fei's clone and the Earth Spirit Ancestor, the immortal Medicine Ridge couldn't be given up because it was related to the rise and fall of a race. Boom! Bam! The 2 figures moved rapidly in the void. Every time they collided, the entire world would tremble. The power of the extreme Tao level was vast and mighty. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked, especially Tsang Quebec. He was almost killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor just now. No one knew how powerful and terrifying the Earth Spirit Ancestor was more than him. Of course, this was excluding Gu Fei's clone. This guy can actually fight against the ancestor. The experts of the Earth Spirit clan couldn't believe it because they knew how terrifying the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone was. Although it was just a clone, it could intimidate all forces. The Earth Spirit clan didn't rely on luck to survive until now. It was because the Earth Spirit clan's foundation was so deep that all forces were afraid of it. Master will definitely win. One of the 3 stone demons, the Chaos Demon Ape, stared at the 2 experts in the battle and muttered to himself. Previously, he was sent flying by the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone with a casual wave of his hand, so he was naturally not convinced. However, the battle power of the Earth Spirit ancestor's incarnation was there for all to see. Even if he, the Great Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon attacked together, they definitely wouldn't be the Earth Spirit ancestor's match. The Earth Spirit ancestor's clone was already on a different level from them. Since Gu Fei's clone could fight against the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone, it was enough to prove that Gu Fei's clone and the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone were on the same level. At this time, the deity race's young master and ancestor Yu Qiong had already stopped. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Terrifying energy waves spread out, forcing them to retreat further away. Although the battle between the demon god and the Earth Spirit clan's old ancestor had not ended, they had split up and were watching from the sidelines. The battle between Gu Fei's clone and the Earth Spirit primogenitor's clone had a huge impact. It was enough to change many people's fates. This was a decisive battle. If Gu Fei's clone defeated the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone, then no one from the Earth Spirit clan would be able to escape. Master will not lose. The demon god stood on a mountain peak in the distance. He looked up at the 2 figures in the sky that were so fast that he couldn't even see their shadows. His eyes were constantly flickering. Humph! Want to defeat the old ancestor? It looks like you've all gone mad. The Earth Spirit clan's elder who was confronting the monster divine Venerable said, "It's hard to say who's the crazy one." The demon god said disdainfully, "Humph! We'll soon know who's the crazy one. Just wait and see. That guy named Gu Fei will definitely die in the hands of our old ancestor." The Earth Spirit clan's elder said proudly. The monster god stopped talking because the battle between Gu Fei's doppelganger and the Earth Spirit ancestor's incarnation was about to end. Boom! At this time, a huge hand appeared high up in the sky and directly slapped the figure away. An extremely tyrannical energy wave spread out. Gu Fei's clone displayed the sky-covering palm. The palm covered the sky, and the power of the palm shrouded the entire heaven and earth. No one could avoid such a palm. They could only face it head-on. Even the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone couldn't avoid the palm of Gu Fei's clone. Roar! The Earth Spirit ancestor's clone roared and pushed his hands forward. An earth-shattering power surged forward and instantly collided with the sky-covering palm of Gu Fei's clone. Rumble! The whole heaven and earth seemed like it was about to explode. 2 terrifying and monstrous powers collided and intertwined with each other, turning into a huge energy ball. Gu Fei's clone immediately retreated far away when he saw that. However, the Earth Spirit ancestor didn't retreat. He actually wanted to devour the super huge energy ball. It was definitely an extremely crazy move. This guy is really crazy. Gu Fei's clone couldn't believe what he saw from afar. At this time, the Earth Spirit clan's ancestor really wanted to devour the energy ball. All the cultivators who saw that were dumbfounded. This guy is courting death, someone said. If this guy can really devour that energy ball, then the one who will die will be Gu Fei, someone exclaimed. At this time, no one could tell that the Gu Fei who was fighting with the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone wasn't Gu Fei's real body. It was just a clone. Gu Fei's 2 clones both had flesh and blood. They were no different from ordinary cultivators. Very few people could see through them. Of course, not everyone could see through Gu Fei's real body. Those with higher cultivation than him could see through Gu Fei's real body. However, the current Gu Fei was a quasi-supreme existence. Anyone with a higher cultivation than him would be an extreme-grade sovereign. In the current era, extreme-grade sovereigns were already extinct. Since Gu Fei started cultivating, he had only met 3 existences at the extreme Dao level. One was Zhang Renhuang of the human realm, who was at the extreme Dao level. The other was the ancestor of the Nether Blood Sea in the chaotic demonic realm. The last one was the existence that the Golden Crow ancestor had sealed in the Earth's ancestor. Die! Gu Fei's clone roared and attacked. He waved his hand and 10 extremely dazzling sword lights rushed out from his hand and pierced through the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone. The 10 sword lights turned into 10 rainbow swords that flashed across the sky and pierced through the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone. Gu Fei's clone knew that if the Earth Spirit ancestor successfully devoured the energy ball, then the ones who would die would be him, Song Ke, and the other experts. He naturally didn't want that to happen. Devour the heavens and earth. The Earth Spirit ancestor's clone roared, and a terrifying devouring power immediately exploded from his body. In the next moment, the 10 sword lights that pierced through the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone instantly disappeared. They were devoured completely, and not even a trace of sword chi was left. This, Gu Fei's clone was shocked. One should know that he was using the Sky Punishing Sword technique. The Sky Punishing Sword technique was a killing sword technique created by the Extreme Sword ancestor. There was no doubt about the power of this sword technique. But now, the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone had devoured 10 sword lights at once. This guy, Song Ke, and the others were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, the energy ball was devoured by the Earth Spirit ancestor and was quickly refined into his own power. The aura emitted by the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone gradually became stronger. Rumble. The entire space was affected by the Earth Spirit ancestor's aura, and it kept shaking. Pitch black spatial cracks constantly appeared in the void. However, these spatial cracks only appeared for a short time and disappeared as soon as they appeared. This was the power of heaven and earth repairing the cracks in the void. I can't let him succeed. Gu Fei's clone roared and turned into a sword light that charged towards the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone. The terrifying sword chi spread from the sword light. Unity of man and sword? Seeing this, the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone's expression finally changed. The invincible sword light pierced through the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone. The sword light that pierced through the Earth Spirit ancestor's clone disappeared in the void, and a figure appeared in the void. Before the Earth Spirit ancestor could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom and his entire body exploded. Of course, there was no scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. But even so, Gu Fei's clone couldn't feel happy because he could sense a trace of murderous intent. Someone was about to make a move on him. Whoosh! Just when Gu Fei's clone was about to leave, a figure appeared behind him and slapped him on the back. What? Gu Fei's clone was shocked. He was sent flying, and the sound of bones breaking came from his back. It was unknown how many pieces of his spine had been broken. Everyone was stunned when they saw this sudden scene. It was truly unimaginable. Originally, they thought that Gu Fei had won, but no one had imagined that there would be such a huge reversal in the outcome of this battle. You want to kill me? I am immortal. You think you can kill me? The figure sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, he caught up with Gu Fei's clone and stomped down. Bam! Gotcha! A dull thud and the sound of bones breaking rang out once more. Gu Fei's doppelganger was directly trampled down from the sky by the figure. He was like a meteorite, falling from the sky. Boom! With a bang, it smashed into the ground, smashing a huge mountain into pieces. Immediately, chaos filled the air, and dust filled the air. The entire region was in chaos. Master. Chapter 34:12. Everyone thought that Gu Fei's clone would definitely win because the Earth Spirit primogenitor was suppressed by Gu Fei's clone to the point that he couldn't retaliate at all. However, no one expected the Earth Spirit ancestor's avatar to be hiding its true strength. The battle had taken a huge turn. The Earth Spirit ancestor had kicked Gu Fei's avatar down from the sky. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. How is this possible? The 3 stone statue demons looked like they had really turned into 3 stone statues as their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. How can an avatar be so powerful? Even Song Ke, who was once a supreme god ancestor, was shocked by the Earth Spirit ancestor's avatar's combat power. One must know that Gu Fei's avatar's combat power was definitely above his. Most importantly, he knew Gu Fei's avatar had a supreme Tao weapon. How could Master lose? The demon god muttered to himself. He was very confident in Gu Fei's avatar, but he felt hopeless at that moment. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar was too powerful. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the ground. Then, the entire ground instantly exploded into dust. A figure rushed out from the dust and directly pounced towards the figure in the sky. A powerful force at the extreme Tao level erupted from the figure. The world shook and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. I knew it. How could Master be defeated so easily? The three stone statue demons, Song Ke, the demon god, and the others were surprised and overjoyed when they saw that this guy can take a blow from the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar and not die? The Heaven Ultimate God young Master felt something was wrong. The old ancestor Yu Qiong had the most complicated feelings at that moment. He would be free if Gu Fei's avatar died in the hands of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar. Deep down in his heart, he still hoped that Gu Fei's avatar would be killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar. He did not know that he would not be free even if Gu Fei's avatar was killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar. Old ancestor Yu Qiong would not be free as long as Gu Fei's avatar did not die. Heavenly Ascension. Gu Fei's avatar performed one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path, the Heavenly Ascension secret technique. His aura instantly soared a few times in the next moment. In the next moment, the heavens and earth shook. The space around Gu Fei's clone shattered and was annihilated. It was as if the entire world could no longer contain such a powerful existence. What? Sensing the tyrannical aura erupting from Gu Fei's clone, all the spectating experts were stunned. This guy had also concealed his strength. Even so, you're still going to lose. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar sneered and slammed his palm toward Gu Fei's avatar who was charging at him. The surrounding heaven and earth essence was completely devoured by his palm in an instant. The next moment, an extremely terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Earth Spirit Ancestor's hand. Heaven-severing sword. Gu Fei's doppelganger roared and directly used the ultimate move of Tianju sword skill. In the next moment, a dazzling and powerful sword light soared into the sky and collided with the palm of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger. Swoosh! The sword light unleashed by Gu Fei's avatar instantly broke through the giant hand that was falling from the sky and directly cut the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar in half. Seeing this scene, everyone once again turned into stone, all of them dumbfounded. The situation of this battle had actually reversed so quickly. They thought that the Earth Spirit Ancestor's clan had won. But now, Gu Fei's avatar had appeared again and cut the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar in half. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar's avatar dissipated in the void and disappeared without a trace. Let's see how you can sneak up on me this time. Gu Fei's avatar roared. The next moment, he actually melted into the void around him and disappeared before everyone's eyes. What's going on? All the experts who saw this scene were indescribably shocked. What were these two fellows doing instead of having a proper duel? Were they playing a game of disappearing? Boom. Very soon, a loud explosion rang out from afar. After that, 2 figures tore through the void and emerged from the primal chaos. Everywhere they passed, the heavens and the earth exploded. Gu Fei's avatar seemed to have known all this. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar was not so easy to kill unless he used an extreme Tao treasure. The clone of the Earth Spirit Ancestor had indeed recovered. Could it be that this guy was really an undying existence? Divine Snatch. Gu Fei's avatar did not believe it. Even an extreme supreme could fall, let alone a mere avatar. He had no qualms about using the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. The power of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao was vast and mighty. The power of the Divine Snatch sent the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar flying, almost destroying his soul. Retreat. The Earth Spirit Ancestor transmitted to the rest of the Earth Spirit clan, then turned and fled. The secret technique that Gu Fei's avatar used was very heaven-defying. It was an extreme mystique that posed a great threat to the Earth Spirit Ancestor. He did not want to take the risk, so he could only flee. You think you can escape? Gu Fei's avatar sneered. With a flip of his right hand, a black saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the figure in the sky without a second thought. Whoosh! With a flash of saber light, the Earth Spirit Primogenitor's clone was once again cleaved into two. This time, Gu Fei's clone was using an extreme Dao treasure. The inconspicuous black saber in his hand was the Azure Dragon Saber, one of the 10 great vicious weapons of the distant past. The Azure Dragon Saber was so powerful that even Gu Fei's avatar could not estimate its power. Without reaching the extreme Dao realm, it was hard to imagine how powerful an existence of this level was. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar was destroyed, but Gu Fei's avatar still felt uneasy. At this time, the experts of the Earth Spirit Clan were retreating. The giant octopus was dragging the experts of the Earth Spirit Clan away, trying to escape from this place. Kill! Gu Fei's avatar did not show any mercy. He slashed at the octopus. In the next moment, the octopus monster was cut in half by the sword light emitted by the supreme Dao weapon in Gu Fei's hand. Then, its flesh, blood, tendons, and bones all turned into a bloody mist that dissipated into the void. What? Everyone was shocked. This guy's means were too heaven-defying. He killed the octopus of the Earth Spirit Clan with a single slash. Even the Earth Spirit Clan's experts on the octopus's back were not spared. They collapsed in the void and turned into a mist of blood. Rumble. After killing the Kraken and the Earth Spirit Clan's experts, the sword light's momentum did not diminish at all. It continued until the sword light rushed hundreds of miles away before disappearing into the void. The power of this slash is so strong. Someone exclaimed. This sword strike of Gu Fei's clone contained an invincible aura. It pressed forward with an indomitable will, unleashing all of his potential. The potential of Gu Fei's avatar was not to be underestimated. Once he unleashed his potential, he could even kill someone stronger than him with a single slash. This guy is invincible, someone said. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei's avatar was too heaven-defying. There are countless geniuses in the current world. There are many people more powerful than this guy. Someone said disapprovingly. But that person is not you. Someone said disdainfully. What did you say? I said you're stupid. What do you think? Two experts who were watching the battle from afar started arguing. They were ready to fight if there was any disagreement. This was something that Gu Fei's avatar did not expect. Of course, Gu Fei did not care about this. At this moment, he sensed the aura of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar again. He could not believe it. After all, that guy was hit by the sword chi. How could he be fine? Of course, he was the only one who knew this secret. Boom. Just as Gu Fei's avatar was in shock, the void he was in suddenly collapsed. It was as if a huge mouth had suddenly appeared in the void and swallowed him. Gu Fei's avatar felt dizzy and found himself in a pitch-black void. There was no other light here except for the divine light emitted from his body. It was pitch-black everywhere. This was a world of darkness. Gu Fei could feel the aura of the inner world. Did I really get hit? Thinking up to this point, Gu Fei's clone's forehead was covered in sweat. His clothes were also drenched in sweat, making him uncomfortable to wear. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. He waved the black blade in his hand and streaks of sharp blade lights shot out from the blade. The sword chi was unstoppable. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar was finished off by Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's avatar knew that even so, it would be difficult for him to kill the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar. Unless his real body came, he would have a chance of killing this guy. As Gu Fei's avatar had expected, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar soon appeared in front of Gu Fei's avatar. He looked at Gu Fei proudly. I told you, you can't kill me. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's avatar stared at Gu Fei's avatar and said coldly. A shocking murderous aura exploded from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. I have to kill you even if I can't. Chapter 34:13. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was too powerful. Even Gu Fei's incarnation could not believe that the incarnation was not killed by the peerless saber. One must know that the peerless ominous blade was a divine blade of extreme Dao. Even if a quasi-supreme being were to be touched by the blade, they would instantly lose their lives, not to mention being slashed by the peerless, ominous blade. However, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was slashed by the peerless saber, and he was still fine. How was that possible? Was he really immortal? The Earth Spirit Ancestor was definitely an extreme Tao level being, but no one knew if the incarnation refined by such an existence could fight against an extreme Tao weapon. I have already said that I am immortal. What can you do to me? The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation stared at Gu Fei's incarnation and said coldly. Although he was only an incarnation, he could see through Gu Fei's incarnation. Although this guy had flesh and blood, he was just an incarnation. It was not easy to cultivate an incarnation to such a level. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation did not dare to look down on Gu Fei's incarnation. This was a battle between the incarnation and the incarnation. It seemed that there was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei's incarnation was at an absolute disadvantage. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was too powerful. Even Song Ke, who used to be an extreme Tao God ancestor, did not expect an incarnation to be so powerful. It was comparable to a real extreme Tao God ancestor. Humph, you are not ashamed to lie. Since ancient times, who could be immortal? Even an extreme Tao Supreme Master would die. You are just an incarnation. How dare you say that you are immortal? Gu Fei's incarnation said disdainfully. Can you kill me? The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation said proudly. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's incarnation was different. Otherwise, it would not have replaced the Earth Spirit Ancestor to guard the ancestral land of the Earth Spirit clan. Kill. Gu Fei's clone didn't want to waste time with this guy. He became one with the Tao, body with the blade, and became one with the blade. He became one with the blade and turned into a terrifying blade light that slashed towards the clone of the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Do you really think I can't take care of you if I don't show my might? The Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone sneered and pounced forward. His right hand struck out with a knife hand to meet the incoming blade light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard. Gu Fei's doppelganger and the peerless, ominous saber merged together to form a destructive saber light was knocked away by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger with a single chop. What? Everyone who saw this scene was in disbelief. It's impossible for an incarnation to be this powerful. Could it be? Song Ke thought of a certain possibility and couldn't help but sweat. That was a legendary method. He had never heard of anyone successfully cultivating it. However, if someone really succeeded in cultivating that method, then they could basically achieve immortality. However, the price they had to pay was too great. Even an extreme supremacy couldn't afford that kind of price. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger knocked away the sword light formed by the fusion of Gu Fei's doppelganger and the peerless, ominous saber in just one move. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared in the void. He held the peerless, ominous saber in his hand, but there was a trace of crimson blood at the corner of his mouth. What? Master is injured? Seeing the blood at the corner of Gu Fei's doppelganger's mouth, the 3 stone demons and the demon divine lord were shocked. They had never seen anyone who could hurt their master. The 3 stone demons and the demon divine lord couldn't tell that the master in front of them wasn't the real body. Haha, good, very good. The deity clan young master couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Old ancestor Yu Qiong's face was gloomy. He had offended the deity clan young master. He wouldn't go to the deity clan anymore because he knew the deity clan young master's temperament. The deity clan couldn't tolerate him anymore. Of course, if that guy was killed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger, then he would regain his freedom and wouldn't be controlled by others. You're not a doppelganger. You're the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the illusory figure in front of him and said, What? All the experts who were watching the battle heard Gu Fei's doppelganger and were shocked. What does that mean? The doppelganger of the Earth Spirit Ancestor is the Earth Spirit Ancestor? Someone exclaimed. How is this possible? How can such a thing happen? This is unheard of. Some people didn't believe what Gu Fei's doppelganger said at all. Looks like you're going to do whatever it takes to survive. Gu Fei's doppelganger continued with a disdainful smile. At that moment, he had already guessed why this guy was so powerful. To Gu Fei's knowledge, No one had ever refined a doppelganger that was this powerful and abnormal. Among the martial ancestors' inheritance that Gu Fei had obtained, there was a secret technique that defied the natural order. It was a secret technique that allowed one to refine oneself into one's own doppelganger. This secret technique was recorded in the martial ancestors' martial scripture because it was too heaven-defying. A secret technique that was favored by the martial ancestor was naturally extraordinary. However, Gu Fei wouldn't cultivate this secret technique because the price he had to pay was too high. It was hard to imagine that someone could do it. Little guy, you're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. You really don't know what's good for you. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger said coldly. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger with a dazzling light in his eyes, and a terrifying aura exploded from his body. The spectators who were closer to the battle were immediately affected. They cried out in alarm as they were sent flying. Some of the weaker cultivators even vomited blood as they were severely injured. This guy, Gu Fei's doppelganger's expression changed. The aura of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger was much stronger. This guy must have cultivated that secret technique to become like this. Swoosh! At the same time, the Earth Spirit Ancestor moved. He stretched out his right hand and slapped at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Without any suspense, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's strength was extremely strong. He slapped Gu Fei's doppelganger away like he was crushing dry weeds. He's too powerful. It's like the arrival of a supreme god ancestor. I can't defeat him at all. Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked. This secret technique was indeed heaven-defying. It could actually temporarily restore this guy's cultivation and combat power to the peak of the past. In other words, the Earth Spirit Ancestor's doppelganger could restore the cultivation of the supreme god ancestor. That was the real supreme god ancestor. This is bad. Chapter 34:14. At that moment, the incarnation of the Earth Spirit Ancestor performed an ancient secret skill. The faint figure of the Earth Spirit Ancestor started to solidify rapidly. A terrifying aura of the extreme way burst out from his body. The entire world shook and the sky seemed to be about to explode. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared between the heavens and the earth, each of them emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Extreme Way Supreme Master? Everyone was scared out of their wits. They immediately turned around and fled. The Extreme Path's aura was not something that just anyone could endure. This was the true might of the Extreme Path. In just an instant, the aura that came from the Earth Spirit Ancestor's body enveloped the entire world. Not only did the aura startle the entire East Continent, it even spread out from the East Continent. The experts from the other 4 regions could also sense it. What's going on? Is there an Extreme Way God Ancestor? In the East Continent, at the core of the Earth Fire Cave, a figure was coiled up. It was a figure that emitted a dazzling fiery light. It was extremely bright like a sun. A powerful aura spread out from the figure. However, the aura did not leak out. Instead, it was controlled by the figure within the fire cave, making it difficult for it to leak out. It seems that I have to recover my cultivation as soon as possible. In the next moment, a powerful devouring power spread out from the figure. The surrounding pure earth fire essence immediately gathered towards the figure and was devoured by the figure. The entire underground space immediately dimmed, revealing the true appearance of the figure. The person who was crazily devouring the flame essence within the earth fire cave that had been stored for countless years was actually an ape. This being was the fire ape ancestor that had broken through the layers of seals and broken free from the ancestral vein of the earth. The fire ape ancestor had an unimaginable influence in the East Continent and even the entire ancestral god realm. It was because he was a true Extreme Way divine ape. However, this divine ape was very unlucky. He was sealed in the Earth Ancestor vein for countless years by the Golden Crow Ancestor. His cultivation almost fell from the Extreme Way realm. Even if it didn't drop from the Extreme Tao realm, the Fire Ape primogenitor's cultivation had become very unstable. He needed time to stabilize his cultivation before he could settle the score with the Golden Crow clan. He had to settle the score with the Golden Crow clan. After being sealed by the Golden Crow Ancestor for countless years, the fire ape ancestor almost went crazy. The true extreme aura from the earth spirit ancestor's clone alerted the fire ape ancestor. He felt threatened, so he couldn't wait to recover his peak cultivation. Rumble, sounds of wind and thunder, came from the fire cave in the earth. Endless fire essence energy was captured by the fire ape ancestor from the depths of the earth and refined it. At this time, in other regions of the eastern continent, and even in the forbidden lands of the ancestral god realm, there were auras of extreme Tao, and ancient figures were roaming about in those forbidden lands. The appearance of an extreme Tao ancestor god was a huge matter to the entire ancestral god realm. This was because the extreme Tao ancestor god represented invincible power. The appearance of the fire ape primogenitor in the Golden Crow's ancestral land had already made the major forces of the eastern continent nervous. Now that a true extreme Tao expert had appeared in the eastern continent, the major forces of the eastern continent felt even more pressured. Haha! Meanwhile, in the sky outside the immortal Medicine Ridge, the Earth Spirit Ancestor roared at the sky. At this moment, his body was no longer ethereal, but flesh and blood. Such a change caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's clone had turned into the Earth Spirit Ancestor. This change was unbelievable. No one had expected this to happen. As expected, Gu Fei's clone stared at the Earth Spirit Ancestor. He no longer had any doubts. The Earth Spirit Ancestor had indeed cultivated that secret technique. You want to kill me? Haha, this is hilarious. The Earth Spirit Ancestor laughed. If he can't kill you, what about me? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. The experts who were watching the battle quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black figure appearing in the sky. The black figure was extremely fast and appeared in front of the Earth Spirit Ancestor in the blink of an eye. You are? The Earth Spirit Ancestor was startled when he saw the person. Is the main character finally going to make a move? There are two Gu Feis? When the spectators saw this, they couldn't help being startled. That was because the person who had just arrived was also a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth looked exactly the same as Gu Fei's clone. You want to kill me? The Earth Spirit Ancestor sneered at the black-robed young man. His extreme Tao pressure pressed down on the black-robed young man. At this moment, the black-robed young man's body vibrated. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body and blocked the oppressive extreme Tao pressure. Two powerful auras collided. It was terrifying, as if the entire world was about to be overturned. Everyone coughed up blood and retreated. The power of the extreme path was vast and boundless. It was extremely powerful and invincible. Only a true extreme path cultivator could fight against it. Even Tsangke had to retreat. The three stone demons had already retreated. They were very slippery, and the deity race's young master, Ancestor Yuqiong, was just as slippery. Too scary. Even after retreating for 100,000 miles, the two extreme Tao's power still made everyone unable to stand straight. Countless powerful beings were terrified. At this moment, only two people could stand within 100,000 miles. One was Gu Fei, and the other was the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Gu Fei's clone also retreated with the Peerless Saber. Who do you think will win? Peng Jingtian, who was standing behind Song Ke, asked Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess. It's hard to say. Peng Shi pondered for a moment. His soul was trembling. If it wasn't for Song Ke's aura protecting them, they wouldn't even be able to stand straight. The battle strength displayed by the Earth Spirit Ancestor was obvious to all, but Gu Fei wasn't a weakling either. After all, he was the one who had almost exterminated the Golden Crow clan. 100,000 miles away, only those with extreme Tao weapons or forbidden weapons could stand and watch the battle. Die. Die. Chapter 34:15. Boom. With a loud bang, the two figures collided in an instant, and the terrifying power of the extreme way immediately spread out in all directions. In just an instant, the entire sky collapsed and was annihilated, turning into an incomparably huge, pitch-black hole. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the distance. At the center of the explosion, two palms collided. Then, the two figures separated and faced each other in the void. A terrifying phenomenon appeared around the two figures. Ancient figures appeared around the Earth Spirit Ancestor. They were like the ancestral gods, exuding an extremely ancient aura. Gu Fei looked at the figures around the Earth Spirit Primogenitor and couldn't help being shocked. This fellow was truly monstrous. These figures must have been formed from the origin energy of the supreme existences he had devoured. In order to cultivate himself into an immortal body, this fellow was really willing to go to any lengths. You actually dare to use the extreme path energy on your body? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to control that power and your body will explode? The Earth Spirit Ancestor stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. With his cultivation, he could naturally see through Gu Fei's actual situation with a single glance. Gu Fei was naturally different from the others. With his cultivation, he could use the power of an extreme path Dao tool for his own use. His battle prowess was definitely infinitely close to the extreme path realm. If it was an ordinary quasi-sovereign, perhaps they wouldn't have such an ability. One should know that if one wanted to use a powerful force, they would need a vessel to bear the power. The physique of an ordinary quasi-sovereign couldn't be compared to Gu Fei at all. This was because Gu Fei cultivated a martial body, which was extremely powerful. It was precisely because he had a physique that was comparable to an extreme path Dao tool that Gu Fei could withstand the extreme path energy that he borrowed from the extreme path Dao tool. If it was an ordinary quasi-sovereign, they would definitely not dare to use the extreme path energy on their body. If they couldn't withstand it, they would end up in a miserable state. Their body and soul would be directly destroyed. Rumble. At this time, in the region of the Immortal Medicine Ridge, two divine presences of the extreme Tao were clashing. The space between the two experts had already turned into primal chaos. In particular, bolts of chaotic lightning that were even larger than mountains coiled around Gu Fei's body. The power of the great path of chaos surged through the world. It was as if a real supreme martial progenitor had descended upon the heavens and earth, as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. Countless living beings in the eastern continent were extremely terrified. All of their souls were trembling. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Song Ke and the others had already retreated 100,000 miles away, but they still could not bear the mighty might of the extreme Tao, so they had no choice but to retreat further away. These two fellows, although Song Ke thought highly of himself, he knew very well that he wasn't a match for either of them. The battle strength of Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit Ancestor had been raised to a level infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. They were much stronger than Song Ke, who was once extreme Tao God Ancestor. It seems like I've underestimated you. In the sky, the Earth Spirit Ancestor stared at Gu Fei and squinted his eyes. Rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his aura seemed to be suppressing Gu Fei's. I've underestimated you too. Gu Fei was also looking at the Earth Spirit Ancestor. At this time, the Earth Spirit Ancestor had turned into a blue-haired youth, and he was extremely handsome. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was very strong, but he had embarked on a path of no return. He could no longer turn back. He had cultivated himself into an abnormal being. Although he seemed to be immortal, he wasn't truly immortal. Moreover, once he was killed, his body and soul would be completely destroyed. He would completely disappear from the world, and he wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. The Earth Spirit Ancestor had yet to recover to his peak, but there were not many people in the ancestral god realm who could fight him. Again, they were only testing each other in the previous exchange. If they wanted to determine the victor, they had to fight. All right, Gu Fei said and waved his hand. A ball of demonic light flew out from his hand and landed on the ground. There was a demonic bead inside the ball of demonic light. The demonic bead instantly enlarged, and the demonic light turned into a huge light barrier. It descended from the sky and enveloped the entire Immortal Medicine Ridge. The Earth Spirit Ancestor did not stop it because he did not want the Immortal Medicine Ridge to be destroyed in the battle between him and Gu Fei. Everyone knew the importance of the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The Earth Spirit Ancestor only had one purpose in coming here, and that was to take the Immortal Medicine Ridge for himself. Moreover, the Earth Spirit Clan had suffered heavy losses this time. Several old ancestor-level existences had died. Just now, Gu Fei's saber had directly killed the octopus monster and all the experts of the Earth Spirit clan on its back. Even the Bai Wu old ancestor and his genius son had died under Gu Fei's slash. Very well, this demonic weapon will be mine after I kill you. The Earth Spirit ancestor did not waste any more time. He pointed with his finger and a divine light shot out from his finger, piercing the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered and waved his hand. The divine light that pierced through his eyebrows was immediately dispersed by him. Then, his figure instantly disappeared into the void. So fast, the Earth Spirit ancestor was shocked. Without any warning, a fist appeared in front of him and enlarged in his eyes. Clang! A sword hum rang out and two extremely sharp sword lights shot out from the Earth Spirit ancestor's eyes. The two sword lights fiercely slashed at the fist. The two streaks of sword light were definitely comparable to the sword light of a sovereign weapon. However, when the two streaks of sword light struck Gu Fei's fists, they were directly repelled by his fists and shattered in the void. Bam! The Earth Spirit ancestor stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist that was smashing towards him. Roar! The Earth Spirit ancestor roared furiously. Extreme divine power burst out of his body. He wanted to shatter Gu Fei's fist, but in the next moment, he felt a powerful force erupting from Gu Fei's fist. Then, like a slippery loach, his opponent's fist slid out of his hand. Bam! It fiercely smashed into his chest. What? Chapter 34:16. What? The Earth Spirit ancestor couldn't believe it. His opponent's fist slipped out of his hand and smashed into his chest. He felt as if his chest had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking came from his body. His entire chest caved in. Gu Fei's punch was extraordinarily powerful. Even though the Earth Spirit ancestor had recovered some of his cultivation and combat power, his tendons and bones were broken by this punch, and he was about to be blown away. However, Gu Fei would not allow the Earth Spirit ancestor to widen the distance between them. It should be known that close combat was his forte. In the next moment, a powerful devouring power surged from his fist and forcefully pulled the Earth Spirit ancestor, who was about to be sent flying, back to where he was. Boom! There was another muffled sound. Gu Fei's fist once again landed on the spot where the Earth Spirit ancestor had been hit. This time, his fist directly punched through the Earth Spirit ancestor's divine body and came out from his back, bringing with it a mist of blood. Humph! The moment Gu Fei's fist punched through the Earth Spirit ancestor's divine body, the Earth Spirit ancestor smiled strangely. In the next moment, the Earth Spirit ancestor's palm was already pressed against Gu Fei's chest. Extreme Tao-level divine power suddenly exploded. Gu Fei only felt a powerful force that even he was shocked hit his body. Gu Fei was directly sent flying by this force. How dare you? Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. This guy was indeed decisive and ruthless. Not only was he ruthless to others, but he was also ruthless to himself. This was a tactic that would cause both sides to suffer. Though Gu Fei's martial body was very strong, he still suffered a great impact from the Earth Spirit ancestor's palm. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart. However, though Gu Fei was hit by the Earth Spirit ancestor, he only saw a palm print on his chest when he looked down. There wasn't even a palm print on his body. The palm was soft and fierce, but it couldn't penetrate Gu Fei's body. What a powerful body! The Earth Spirit ancestor was shocked to see that Gu Fei seemed to be fine after taking his attack. One should know that he had used his full strength in that attack. The Earth Spirit primogenitor felt a headache coming on when he failed to injure Gu Fei with his full strength. If you can't kill someone, then you'll be killed. This was the end of a cultivator. The Earth Spirit ancestor had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew this. Heaven-severing sword. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei roared and used the sky-punishing sword technique. A dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand and pierced towards the Earth Spirit ancestor. This was a cultivation technique left behind by an extreme Tao Supreme. With a sword in hand, he would be invincible in the world. This is The sword aura was so oppressive that even the Earth Spirit Ancestor was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but the sword light was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, the sword lights arrived in front of the Earth Spirit Ancestor. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was quite impressive. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all the sword lights into his stomach. Even Gu Fei could feel a powerful aura coming towards him. At this moment, an array diagram rushed out of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's body. The array diagram unfolded in the wind and enveloped Gu Fei. Die! Gu Fei roared angrily. He waved his hands, and the silk-like things were actually runes of the Great Path. Soon, he was drowned in countless runes of the Great Path. He was also setting up a formation, wanting to use a killing formation to break a killing formation. The two forces collided. This was a battle between formations. However, Gu Fei's formation cultivation was far from the Earth Spirit Ancestors. Gu Fei roared and wanted to rush out. However, the Earth Spirit Ancestor would not let him leave just like that. The Earth Spirit Ancestor drew runes in the air. The runes were branded into the void. He had set up a killing formation and trapped Gu Fei within it, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Haha, the Earth Spirit Ancestor laughed. In the end, he was still more skilled. He managed to trap this guy in the killing formation. At this moment, Gu Fei's body emitted a golden radiance. A terrifying wave of extreme power surged out from his body, causing the surrounding cultivators to be inexplicably shocked. What are you afraid of? He's trapped in the killing formation. He won't be able to do anything. The Earth Spirit Ancestor laughed. Is that so? Gu Fei stopped and no longer charged at the killing formation. Instead, he flipped his right hand and a black saber immediately appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he slashed at the killing formation with his saber. A ray of saber light rushed out from Gu Fei's saber. It instantly soared for thousands of miles and slashed at the Earth Spirit Ancestor's head. This was battle power that was infinitely close to the extreme path. Even with the Earth Spirit Ancestor's cultivation, it was difficult for him to block it. The blade light flashed, and the Earth Spirit Ancestor was split in half by it. This, Gu Fei did not expect it to be so easy. Seeing that the Earth Spirit Ancestor was split in half, he was shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The two halves of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's corpse, which had been split into two by Gu Fei's peerless saber, actually stood up and merged back together. A demonic light flashed, and the Earth Spirit Ancestor instantly recovered. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. Only Gu Fei did not reveal any expression. His expression was a little cold, as if he already knew that this would happen. What a powerful secret technique! Even Gu Fei nodded to himself. Although this secret technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, once it was mastered, it would bring great benefits. The biggest advantage was that it was immortal. However, nothing in this world could exist forever. After all, even extreme path supremes could die, let alone other things. Gu Fei did not believe it. If the Earth Spirit Ancestor was truly invincible, the Earth Spirit Ancestor would definitely kill him. However, the Earth Spirit Ancestor could not kill Gu Fei and could only trap him. However, Gu Fei had a saber in his hand. With a slash, the Earth Spirit Ancestor was split in half. Let's see how many times you can recover. Chapter 34:17. The Earth Spirit Ancestor was not afraid of the extreme Dao weapons. This was his greatest trump card. One should know that Gu Fei had many of them, and they were all terrifyingly powerful. However, Gu Fei had never imagined that there would come a day when his extreme Dao weapon would be useless. Kill. Without any reason, Gu Fei held his blade with both hands and slashed at the figure in front of him. Swoosh. An extremely sharp blade light flashed through the air. A figure was sliced in half by this blade light. The power of the extreme Dao level was vast. Gu Fei slashed again. Without a doubt, the Earth Spirit Ancestor still could not dodge this slash and was hit by the blade light. The blade light that rushed out of Gu Fei's saber continued to slash forward after killing the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Everywhere it passed, countless formation runes disappeared. With just one slash, Gu Fei had broken the Earth Spirit Ancestor's killing formation. However, to Gu Fei's disbelief, the two halves of the Earth Spirit Ancestor's divine body came together again. With a flash of divine light, the Earth Spirit Ancestor appeared in front of him again, as if he had never been injured. I already said that I am unkillable. Don't waste your energy. Surrender and serve me, and I will spare your life. The Earth Spirit Ancestor stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, if he could use such a powerful being, he would definitely be of great help. He could fight for him everywhere. The Earth Spirit Ancestor, who had lived for countless years, was appreciative of talent. Haha. Hearing the Earth Spirit Ancestor's words, Gu Fei could not help but laugh. What are you laughing at? The Earth Spirit Ancestor looked at Gu Fei suspiciously. Haha. I am laughing at your stupidity. Gu Fei laughed heartily. What did you say? Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Earth Spirit Ancestor was enraged. One should know that he had always been high up and worshipped by his people. No one had ever dared to be impudent before him. Didn't you hear? I laughed at your stupidity. You actually want me to submit to you? It would be wise for you to submit to me. Gu Fei stopped smiling and stared at the Earth Spirit Ancestor seriously. The Earth Spirit Ancestor sighed. Looks like I have no choice but to kill you. SK, you speak as if you can really defeat me. Gu Fei said disdainfully. Bring it on. I want to see what kind of ability you have. Mysterious heaven and earth, chaotic universe. The Earth Spirit Ancestor did not waste any more words. With a roar, 8 balls of divine light rushed out from his body. In the next moment, the 8 balls of divine light instantly enlarged, as if they had turned into 8 different worlds and rushed towards Gu Fei to destroy him. Rumble. Even the chaotic energy was destroyed by the 8 worlds. It was terrifying to the extreme. This was the power to destroy the world. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei, who had an extreme Dao tool in his hand, couldn't help but be moved. There were actually 8 different types of world energy radiating from the 8 worlds, causing Gu Fei to be indescribably shocked. This fellow's methods are too heaven-defying. Could it be that he actually wants to create 8 worlds with his own strength? Even for an extreme supremacy, it was almost impossible to open up 8 great worlds at the same time. One should know that the ancient Buddhist Lord wanted to create the 6 paths of reincarnation, but in the end, he failed. The ancient Buddhist Lord's 6 paths of reincarnation was the 6 great worlds. This Earth Spirit Ancestor was even more amazing. He wanted to create 8 worlds. Buzz. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the 8 worlds that came crashing down from the sky. The ominous saber in his hand vibrated, and the sleeping god showed signs of awakening. Roar. Gu Fei gripped the peerless, ominous saber tightly with both hands. Chaotic real origin surged and surged towards the peerless, ominous saber in his hand. In the next moment, a dragon shadow appeared on the blade of the peerless, ominous saber. An extreme dragon might burst forth from the peerless, ominous saber, causing the entire void to tremble. At this moment, the Earth Spirit Ancestor was shocked. He used to be an extreme Dao ancestor and naturally knew the power of the extreme Dao tool. Once the god in the extreme Dao divine saber was awakened, it would be a threat to him. I must kill this guy before the god in the saber is awakened. The Earth Spirit Primogenitor was no longer calm. His entire body was glowing with divine light. 9 extreme Dao patterns appeared on his body. Each Dao pattern gave off a dazzling divine light. It was as if 9 divine suns had appeared around him. Boom. The next moment, under the control of the Earth Spirit Ancestor, the 9 immortal Dao patterns rushed into the 8 worlds. The next moment, the 8 worlds enlarged by a dozen times. The power of heaven and earth from the 8 worlds increased by a few times. Gu Fei felt his body sink. He felt as if his bones were about to shatter. If it wasn't for the dragon's might spreading out from the ominous saber in his hand to offset most of the pressure, he would have been suppressed to the point where he could no longer move. Damn it! Gu Fei raised his saber with difficulty. At this moment, the sky-blue, immortal gold armor on his body burst out a ball of divine light and enveloped him. The next moment, he felt his body lighten and the pressure was greatly reduced. Break! Gu Fei was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he grasped this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and slashed out with his saber with all his might. Roar! There seemed to be an earth-shattering dragon roar in the void as the shadow of a dragon directly rushed out from the peerless saber that Gu Fei had slashed out. With irresistible force, it directly broke through the terrifying power of destruction of the 8 heavens and earth that came down from the sky. The huge dragon actually broke through the first layer of heaven and earth, then the second layer, and then the third layer. The huge dragon formed by the peerless power of the fierce blade actually broke through 7 layers of heaven and earth in a row, and was finally stopped by the 8th layer of heaven and earth. The 7 worlds exploded, and the Earth Spirit Ancestor suffered a great blow. His solidified body showed signs of collapsing, and he became much dimmer. Thankfully, the chaos heavens of the 8 worlds had fended off the dragon formed from the peerless saber force. If not, the dragon would have tore through the 8th world. The impact on the Earth Spirit Ancestor would have been even greater. However, this level of impact was nothing to an existence like the Earth Spirit Ancestor, who was known to be undying and indestructible. At that moment, the 7 worlds that had been torn apart by Gu Fei's peerless saber force exploded. The heaven and earth powers erupted as though the true world was being destroyed. The vast destructive forces formed a terrifying energy storm that swept in every direction. As for the mighty energy fluctuations, it sent Gu Fei flying. When Gu Fei stabilized his body, a mouthful of blood had already surged to his throat. However, he forcefully swallowed it back down. Even so, a wisp of crimson blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This was truly a case of injuring 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 allies. The impact that Gu Fei suffered was not trivial, but it was far inferior to the impact that the Earth Spirit Ancestor suffered. You want to conjure the 8 worlds? Who do you think you are? You think you can do something that even the Eternal Buddha Lord failed to do? Gu Fei said loudly. Who is the Eternal Buddha Lord? Is he very powerful? The Earth Spirit Ancestor said. This was the first time he was hearing the name of the Eternal Buddha Lord. He was an expert of the ancestral God world, so he naturally did not know about the human world. Very powerful. So powerful that I can destroy you with a finger. Gu Fei said. TCH, you're lying through your teeth. In this world, no one who can defeat me has appeared yet, the Earth Spirit Ancestor said disapprovingly. The Earth Spirit Ancestor said disapprovingly. He did have the right to be arrogant. At that moment, the 8th chaos heavens conjured by the Earth Spirit Ancestor constantly clashed with the dragon that Gu Fei had conjured. The two forces were constantly wearing each other down. Soon, the dragon that had charged out of Gu Fei's peerless saber was destroyed by the 8th chaos heavens conjured by the Earth Spirit Ancestor. It dissipated into the void. Rumble. The Earth Spirit Ancestor's 8th chaos heavens released boundless chaos forces, obliterating the void that enveloped the world. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had an extreme Tao artifact to protect himself, which was why he was able to hold his own against the 8th heaven's might. At that moment, no one could see the battle between Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit Ancestor. This was because the area they were in had been crushed into chaos by the paramount Tao-level powers. Moreover, the mighty energy ripples and great path Taoist rhymes that emanated from the two powerhouses blocked everyone's divine wills. Even people as strong as Tsang Ke, Demon God Supremacy, Patriarch Yuqiong, and company could not see the battle between Gu Fei and the Earth Spirit Ancestor. Everyone was extremely nervous. Just as everyone was staring at the chaos void high in the sky, 3 extremely powerful auras suddenly came from afar. This is, when Tsang Ke sensed the 3 mighty auras, he could not help but be alarmed. It was an aura unique to the Earth Spirit clan. It was difficult for others to impersonate it. At that moment, rumbling sound came from the horizon. It sounded like muffled thunder coming from the depths of the void. 3 war chariots appeared in everyone's line of sight. In an instant, the 3 war chariots arrived in the vicinity. The beasts pulling the chariots were actually silver dragon colts. These silver dragon colts were covered in thick silver scales. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to cut through the silver scales on their bodies. Each chariot was pulled by 3 silver dragon colts. They were extremely fast and soon arrived in front of Tsang Quebec. The white gas that the silver dragon colts spewed nearly hit him. Kill. The combat general on the silver dragon colts attacked Tsang Ke in company the moment they arrived. The combat general brandished his battle spear and stabbed at Tsang Ke's glabella. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.